University on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW, and welcome into Fan University. Happy to have you along. My name is Jake Rietma. Fired up to be with you. We've got the one and only Carter Freeman to my right, and boots on the ground, joining us live from Lubbock, Texas. That's right. You know we cover the entire state here on Fan University. We say good morning to the third member of our crew, Brennan Baxter. I kick it to you first, Brennan. How we doing, my friend?
Good morning, gents, from Lubbock, Texas. Man, there's nothing better than a Saturday morning at a college game in a college town. You just feel the energy, even at 9 a.m., a 2:30 kick in Lubbock, Texas Tech taking on Oregon State. But I am pumped to be back in Lubbock. I'm pumped to be going to the game. It's going to be a ton of fun. Game days in Lubbock, if you haven't been, even if you aren't a Tech fan, I strongly suggest you make it out to a game. It's a ton of fun. It's a true college football town, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, I've been once, and it was definitely an experience. Mute your Zoom audio. There we go. No, in Zoom. Mute your Zoom audio. We'll get that worked on. Well, there we go. No more echo. Yes, game day in Lubbock is quite something. I went my freshman year when I was at Oklahoma. OU won, I think, 44-20, so it wasn't the best day for Tech. And I did fear a little bit for my life walking around in Oklahoma gear in Lubbock, especially after such a big OU win. But it was quite the experience, and I'm sure, especially this year, we were talking about this in the pre-show meeting, how Texas Tech looks the part of a contender, right? Like, you have concerns about Tech winning how many games they've won over the last couple of years. That's one thing you can worry about, but the two teams Tech has played are lesser teams, and Tech has smoked both of them. And today they're playing Oregon State, and who's 0-2 and has not looked very good. We'll play some audio from them later in the day. You expect them to do the same thing to Oregon State.
What I think is interesting, too, is you can look at teams and say, well, they played a lesser opponent. Texas Tech plays Pine Bluff week 1. They play Kent State. They dropped 60 both times. But you look at last week, for example, Troy is beating Clemson at halftime in Clemson 16-0. So there is something. Then LSU struggles with Louisiana Tech, and Austin Peay is kind of hanging in with Georgia for a little bit. So you look at games and you go, well, it says something to still take care of business. So I think that's what's exciting is like you are crushing who you're supposed to crush, and that's a sign of a good team. Oregon State, a little bit better than Kent State. So we'll see what goes on in Lubbock today. But there's a ton of great games we're going to get to today as well. But yeah, there is something to be said for sure, which gives me confidence that this team might be 2025 could be different for Texas Tech. I believe that we'll find out.
Oh, we know our producer, Jacob Ray, this morning is also drinking that Texas Tech Kool-Aid as well as a proud alum of Texas Tech. But we got all kinds of good stuff on tap for you today on Fan University. So glad to have you along. And as always, your participation encouraged. 877-881-1053. That's the number to get involved with the show. Let us know what games you're going to, what games you're dialed into, who your squad is that you're supporting, and everything like that. Carter, I kick it over to you because, I mean, Brennan, not the only one going to a game with boots on the ground. You, my friend, are heading out to see a little Mean Green action after the program.
That's true, Tolos. Brennan and I have the entire Pac-12 covered today because he's watching Oregon State take on Texas Tech up in Lubbock, and I will be in Denton after today's show to watch the UNT Mean Green take on Washington State, which this is the first time Washington State has played in the state of Texas in the regular season. Maybe they played in a bowl game in the state because there's a million bowls in Texas. First time they played in the regular season in Texas since 2008. I think they kind of forgot what Texas, at least North Texas, looks like, because if you look at the graphic that Washington State sent out for this game, they put DATCU Stadium amid cactuses and tumbleweeds and desert. It looked more like they were going to Lubbock than they were going to Denton. But yes, I will be up in Denton for this game. I'm very excited because, look, UNT got a nice win last week. They came back and beat Western Michigan, the Ghost Ponies, as I like to call them, because their logo looks like a ghost pony, in overtime. And that was Drew Mestemaker, their quarterback's third start in college. And, you know, there's a big story about him. This is his first time starting since he was like a B team player in I think ninth grade when he was in high school. So UNT's off to a 2-0 start, as is Wazoo. I think if you look at UNT's schedule coming up, they have a really manageable schedule within the American, and their one big opponent is South Florida, who, as we all know, first 2 weeks of the season, there's only one team in the country that's beaten two ranked opponents. Those are the Bulls of South Florida. So if UNT can get past Wazoo and manage their other games, that's a Friday night game coming up in October, that could be a huge matchup, but it starts today with Washington State.
No doubt about that. A full slate on tap for you that we will get to here on Fan University, because some really good games both in the state of Texas and beyond. We've got Texas A&M in Miami later tonight. That's going to be a fun one. And to take a deep dive on that, we've got a couple of guests joining us on the show later. We'll have Tony Catalina from The Statesman, who covers Texas A&M. And you mentioned USF. We'll also dive into that USF and Miami matchup, as Alex Dono, the host of the Miami Hurricanes post-game show, will join us later on in the program at 11:20. So all kinds of good stuff coming up. We'll continue to preview games, but guys, we got to talk about some of the games that took place last night. We're seeing more and more Friday night games, and one of them was in the state of Texas, which, by the way, let's do a quick roundtable. Friday night college football, I understand it. There's a little bit of a window for that market. You're going to get some primetime games and some eyeballs on TV and everything like that. But just the football guy purist in me, prefers Friday nights for high school football, Saturday for college football, and then obviously the NFL is going to take everything else over there. So before we dive into the results from last night, Brendan, I'm curious. You have the same thoughts as me, or maybe do I just need to grow up a little bit here?
You got to grow up a little bit, man. The times have changed. Think about this. You get Thursday night football, some college, NFL, a Friday night Big 12 conference game. You get all Saturday. You've got all Sunday for football. You've got Monday night. As a football purist, you don't want 4 days of straight football? I do.
I absolutely do, but I feel like, and this is my old school roots coming out. I just feel like Friday Night Lights, that's high school football. Who's
watching high school football?
I'm dialed into high school football. Come on. Carter, you be the tiebreaker here.
I'm with Brennan here. If it's a day ending in Y, I'm happy if college football is on, especially the Thursday night game we got this week was Wake Forest and NC State.
Good game.
You guys know that's the second longest continuously played rivalry in the country? Is Wake Forest, North Carolina State.
I know now.
That was a fun fact that they put up on the broadcast, but I'm here for it, man. You get just especially fun games Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you will not find a bigger proponent of Maction than me when November hits.
Yeah.
And Kent State is playing Northern Illinois on a freaking Tuesday night.
Now Tuesday night I can get on board with. Absolutely.
I'm absolutely here for it. So yeah, I think it's fun to have those games, especially when the Thursday night football game this week was one team where it's the Commander. I'm a Cowboys fan. It's the Commanders, who I'm like, well, I don't want them to win. And then it's the Packers, who just took our best player, or the Cowboys gave their best player to. So I'm like, I'm not really interested. I don't want either of them to win. I'd much rather watch a college game that I don't really have much, say in.
Jake, can I say this about the game last night as a Big 12 guy? We're talking Colorado-Houston specifically. I think Colorado's worse than expected, and I think Houston's better than expected after watching that game. If I'm a Houston Cougar fan, you have reason to actually be, I think, a little bit excited about what Willie Fritz is doing in Houston. That and Texas Tech, my alum, we go to Houston in a couple weeks. I'm more nervous for that game than I was when I saw it on the schedule. This Houston team has some speed and is actually looking much improved. No surprise what Willie Fritz is as a coach, but I was really surprised to see how much better they seem to have gotten with Connor Wegman there this year compared to where they were last year.
100%. I mean, it was just night and day. And you mentioned Willie Fritz, their head coach. He took Tulane, was 2-10 one season. The very next season, I believe that was 2021. In 2022, Tulane goes 11-3, and they beat USC in the Cotton Bowl here locally. You've seen Willie Fritz flip a program, a program that spends less money on their football than Houston would, right? So you give him more resources at Houston, it shouldn't be super surprising to see them have more immediate success than they had last year. And yeah, Connor Wegman, especially with his legs, he had a very nice, it was like a 50-yard pass last night too. Houston looks, they're going to be competitive. I don't think they're anywhere close to a Big 12 title contender, but they'll absolutely upset someone probably late in the season. For your sake, Brendan, hopefully not your Red Raiders.
Not in a couple weeks.
Hopefully not in a couple weeks.
Let's
but
hope not.
They will have a say in the race. And on the flip side, I thought it was interesting that Ryan Staub is the quarterback that Deion Sanders went with at Colorado after one half of playing against Delaware.
Did not like that.
It was an odd decision. And what did you guys make of he didn't really – I don't think he was the ultimate problem for Colorado last night, but he wasn't the solution. And Deion left him in the entire game. Like, what did you make of him just giving Staub the entire game when they barely scored, I think, 8 points in the second half?
To me, it says they either really don't believe in Caden Salter, they're not ready to play the freshman. I'm blanking on his name.
Julian Lewis.
Lewis. And they really like Staub. But, dude, I was talking last night watching the game thinking, is this Deion's last year at Colorado? If it goes south, if it looks as bad as it did last night, and they go 2-10, 3-9 with all the health stuff going on in the offseason, no kids, none of his kids are playing for him anymore. To me, dude, this might be it. Like, that's kind of what it looked like to me.
I had that same thought watching last night. It just, to me, it was like a question of motivation, not like, what does Deion Sanders have to prove, in the sense that his kids aren't there anymore, and he was vocal about that. That's why he was coaching, and I don't think he has aspirations to be the next Nick Saban or some kind of legendary college coach. I think as an involved father, and obviously this is just my take, pure speculation, there's no way to quantify or prove this, but I would question, to your point, what's the point of sticking around at college, or at Colorado in the college ranks, especially with the ever-changing and the landscape of college athletics with NIL. And now, granted, he's a master at that part of it, but it's a lot. It's a full-time job, 365, 24/7.
I mean, he's a coach, so he's going to want to win. I think he's going to want to prove he can win without his kids or without Travis Hunter. I have to imagine the competitor. I mean, it's Deion Sanders. He's a huge competitor. I think that's reason enough for him to want to keep coaching outside of the health concerns, because you mentioned everything he's gone through health-related with his foot, with the colon cancer from the summer, or whatever he's been dealing with. Like, it's a lot, and I'm sure that wears on him. And to your point, he was at the forefront of NIL and the portal and bringing kids in. So, like, I don't think that's the thing that's going to drive him away. But, like, if it goes south, he has an easy out with the health concerns to say, this is just too much on me. But I don't think just yet, as long as the health concerns aren't a thing, I think he does want to win in his own way. And I think that's why he left Ryan Staub in the game at quarterback the entire time last night, because that was his choice, and he wanted it to work, and it didn't for 1 week. Now, I don't think they'll go 3-9, 2-10. I do think they'll be better than that, but there are things they got to shore up, especially on offense, and those receivers last night did not help Staub at all. They dropped a ton of passes.
Yeah, it looked brutal. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you tuning in on a Saturday morning. 877-881-1053 from the 214-FAN-U, hashtag Tolo. Perfect segue into our next part of the conversation. The 214 says, my New Mexico Lobos took down the UCLA Bruins, hashtag Go Lobos. And that's putting it nicely, because not only did they take them down, but an embarrassing night for UCLA. I would say half empty is being generous. Rose Bowl, nobody there. Final score, New Mexico 35, UCLA 10. Oh, by the way, UCLA paid him more than $1 million to play that game. Tough look for Nico and the rest of the UCLA and Deshaun Foster, everybody. I mean, and there's nobody that doesn't deserve blame for UCLA.
Maybe we can get into this debate, and Brennan, I'd love your take on this if you have a thought too, is who's in a worse spot right now? UCLA, they're 0-3.
UCLA.
They're 0-3 out of conference. Their out of conference schedule's done. They got whooped in 2 of those games. They lost a close one on the road to UNLV, who's a team they should be more talented than. Or is Stanford in a worse spot? These are two former Pac-12 teams that just both look like just absolutely awful. And so
I watched the Stanford game against Hawaii, the first game. They looked terrible.
Yep.
That was a horrible football team, but UCLA looks equally as bad. I'm going to say UCLA just because of the prestige of like what they are coming over to the Big Ten. Stanford really has been out of the national spotlight for a while now. It's sad to see them fall the way they have, but I'm going to say Nico and UCLA is probably the most disappointing out of those two teams.
That's probably the tiebreaker right there, is the fact that UCLA spent so much money on Nico Iamaleava. They kind of had to, because it seemed like once Iamaleava hit the portal, they were kind of forced into a corner and being like, okay, yes, like we'll take you. You're definitely an upgrade over what we had last year, we thought, when they had Joey Aguilar sitting there on their roster, who now looks like a star at Tennessee. And Tennessee's got a huge. If Tennessee today, Joey Aguilar, if they're competitive against Georgia, we got to put all the rest. We got to put this debate on who won the trade between Tennessee and UCLA with quarterbacks to rest. So Tennessee, by far and away, will look way better. And it is a sad state of affairs to get blown out at home by a Mountain West team.
Oh,
and
100%.
Maybe New Mexico's going to be a contender in the Mountain West. They absolutely looked the part. They were competitive with Michigan in week 1, but I mean, good Lord.
It's the definition of addition by subtraction for that volunteer program, and I don't care what happens against Georgia today. I mean, we got the proof right last night with how bad UCLA looked.
Yeah.
I'll also add in the question of who's in a worse spot with Stanford. At least Stanford has Andrew Luck, and he might not be on the field, obviously, or anything like that, but at least he has a level of knowledge, expertise as the GM, and some sort of forward thinking. And I just love Andrew Luck impersonations. And anytime I can get this, I'm gonna give the nod to Stanford over UCLA. Also, Deshaun Foster with UCLA. Like, let's not forget how woefully unprepared he was for his first Big Ten media day. And I'm not saying that because he stuttered on the mic and sounded unprepared and foolish on a media day that he's not equipped to coach a Power 5 program, but it certainly doesn't look like he's at least preparing his team to be able to put forth any kind of decent product on the field, and that stems from the top.
And one final point on UCLA so far this season. They've been down at 20 points or more in all 3 of the games they played. And Brendan, you mentioned that Stanford-Hawaii game. Stanford was leading that game late, and they made some boo-boo decisions at the end of that game that ended up causing them to lose it, but they were at least competitive in one game. UCLA really, I know they came back and nearly tied the game against UNLV, but still just not a good look for a program with as much history as they have.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Rietma, Carter Freeman, and Brennan Baxter getting you set for the day ahead on the gridiron. And we've got a ton of really good matchups to talk about. Coming up next, let's take a deep dive in the state of Texas. It's our Texas two-step on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan."
Was it Saffron Squad? Sally.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Oh, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your hair. But that is hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Treaty. That one's batted. That one's picked. And we got action in Lubbock. Skyler Gill Howard. A big man touchdown.
Oh boy, do we ever have action in Lubbock, because Fan University is live with you in DFW, but we're also live, boots on the ground. Jake Reitmo alongside Carter Freeman right here in the studios, the beautiful studios in 105.3 The Fan, and Brennan Baxter, the third member of our crew, getting ready for some Texas Tech action today. And that is where we will begin, my friends, because it's the Texas two-step right here on Fan University. By the way, Jacob Ray, our producer this morning, doing a tremendous job on the ones and twos, bringing us back with that highlight. So, gentlemen, we begin the Texas two-step right there in Lubbock, Texas. And Brennan, I will toss it over to you on the excitement with this Texas Tech team. An undefeated start, haven't really been tested, but at the same time, with expectations being as high as they were entering the season, so far, so good.
So far, so good, too. No, it's funny. I had no idea you guys were going to play the Skyler Gill Howard clip. I had a chance to speak to him after that interception return for a touchdown. Solid dude. He's been a huge force on Texas Tech's defensive front. Great guys. So little surprise for me there. I appreciate the Lubbock Texas Tech intro coming in. Man, yeah, there's a lot of excitement here in Lubbock, and it's more so because of what Texas Tech built. I think yesterday I got a full tour of the new football facility, a $250 million Womble facility tour, and it's just like state of the art. And so it's more than just what's being on the field, but I think the fact that Tech has started 2-0, yes, against weaker opponents, but they've dominated them. There's a lot of excitement building here for what this could become when you're seeing the rest of the Big 12. Look at Kansas State. They look awful. They lost again. Colorado looks awful. There's West Virginia looks awful. Sorry, Jake, but they, and so there's a lot of optimism here going like, man, if we can get through Utah next week, a couple of our tough road games, Texas Tech could potentially make the Big 12 championship game. And I think that's the sense that could be a possibility in Lubbock is more alive now than it ever has been.
And the point you made about Texas Tech blowing out the teams they've been playing, I think is the biggest thing that why I have confidence in them is because I just think back to last season, Tech's first game is against Abilene Christian. Tech barely beats ACU in overtime, right? Like, I'm sure that took 5 years off your life, Brennan, watching a game like that. So the fact that they've opened up with those similar FCS opponents or, group of five opponents that are just not even good in their own conference and just smoked them. I mean, Tech was up, I want to say 40 plus at halftime against Kent State last week. It was a bloodbath early. So it's not just that they're blowing these teams out. They are doing it in style and quickly. So there's 100% a ton of things to love, and I'll give Baron Morton this, their quarterback. He was the one reason I didn't want to believe, because I thought there were a ton of other Big 12 quarterbacks that have been better than him, and we'll see once we get into conference play. Very, very impressive so far. He's been a huge part of them looking like a Big 12 contender.
From one really impressive quarterback to a quarterback with a few question marks. It wouldn't be a Texas two-step without taking a look over and the Austin, Texas part of the state with Arch Manning. And fellas, do you believe Steve Sarkisian that Arch Manning is healthy, that he's fine, there's nothing to be worried about? The Longhorns currently ranked number 7 in the latest AP poll, and we know with just the way the schedule plays out after the loss to Ohio State, you got a couple of easy cupcake games. They had the big win over San Jose State. I believe they're 40-point favorites today at home against UTEP. But Arch Manning is the story here. So, Carter, I'll kick it over to you. Do you believe Sark when he says he's healthy?
Man, I want to, but then if Arch Manning is healthy, then he has to be the biggest disappointment through the season so far. If this is what he is right now, seeing him against Ohio State in week 1, and then the slow start he had in week 2 against San Jose State at home, that's not the quarterback that we saw last year in his limited playing time. The throwing motion looked better last year. The vision looked better. Just the decision making, it all seemed better last year. And maybe it was due to, the pressure wasn't completely on him. He's a Manning, so there's always going to be pressure on him. But if Sark is telling the truth and he is healthy, like that is a massive disappointment to me that he's had such a slow start.
I feel like with Arch Manning, the expectations of what he was supposed to be coming in week 1 immediately, it was like, this guy's the best quarterback we've ever seen in college. That's what people were pretty much hyping him up to be. And so that's just not the case. So there's naturally going to be a little bit of a deflating feeling around him and the Texas program after the loss to Ohio State. But I would just relax a little bit on the Arch Manning hatred. And I think he's healthy, but there's so much pressure on the kid to be great. And that's not easy to bear when you're 20 years old, 21 years old. I get these kids are paid athletes, pretty much mini professional now, but it just feels like, man, give them a couple of weeks to get acclimated to actually being the guy. And then let's see when they go at Florida in a few weeks. Let's see when they play OU in Dallas. Like, get him 4 or 5 starts. The Ohio State game against one of the best defenses in the country and the reigning national champs. I mean, that's a really hard thing to be like, oh, well, he's not any good because he only scored a touchdown against Ohio State. I want to see more from Arch Manning before I decide if he is a bust, pretty much. Because that's how he's being talked about. It's like, oh, he's healthy, but now now that Sark's telling me he's healthy, that must mean that Arch Manning's not good. Give me 4 weeks before I make that decision. And
you mentioned that Florida game. That suddenly looks a lot easier for Texas, given how Florida lost at home to USF last week. So I am looking at the same spot because you see him struggle on the road at Ohio State. Very good defense. I think these home games aren't going to tell us as much for Arch as a road game against an SEC opponent will. So I believe that Florida game, I want to say, is 2 weeks from this weekend, the 28th, 27th. Sometime around then for Texas. So I think that's going to be a huge step. But yeah, the people throwing around the word bust, I mean, we just need headlines, I guess, early in the season. The great games that we've had on so far aren't enough to get people excited. Like, Arch Manning is not a bust.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It wouldn't be college football if we were overreacting, if the sky wasn't falling. And from the 682 here, y'all just yapping. We don't respect a Texas Tech alum's opinion on our horns. Hook 'em. So there you go. I will, as a non-Texas Tech alum, I will say let's pump the brakes a little bit on that bus talk as well, because I think you still got to believe in Arch Manning, and you can take what has transpired so far this season and certainly let it impact the way you think about Arch Manning, but there's still so much football left to be played. So
one more thing on Texas, outside of Arch Manning, Texas through 2 games is averaging, I think, 80 yards in penalties a game. That's a concern for me. That's something that in year 4 or 5 with Sark at Texas, with especially as many defensive holdovers as they have, stars at positions, to see them be that the yellow flag get thrown that much through 2 games that's concerning. And they have time to figure it out, but that's just something I've noticed with them early in the season.
From the Texas Longhorns, how about the opportunity in front of Mike Elko and the Texas A&M Aggies on the road tonight at Notre Dame? 6.5-point underdogs. Can they go into South Bend and make a statement? Because this Notre Dame team, let's just say, they're a little bit, I wouldn't say they're scrambling, but after a loss to Miami and then a bye, they're still looking for that first win on the season. A really compelling matchup in this one. Marcel Reed could give this Notre Dame defense some challenges. Notre Dame just 1 sack against the Miami Hurricanes in week number 1.
Against a statue in Carson Beck.
Yeah, and Marcel Reed can move. I picked Notre Dame, which means nothing because you guys know how cold I have been to begin the season. We're not going to get into the numbers. We'll do that later and embarrass me. But I like Notre Dame, but I could listen to an argument that Texas Tech could make a statement here.
Brennan,
Texas A&M.
Brennan, you immediately...
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, Texas A&M.
Brennan immediately said no as Jake was talking, so I want to hear more on his thoughts.
I'm out on Marcel Reed. I think I've seen enough in terms of him as a passer. Even the 2 games I've watched A&M, he comes out a little slow in my opinion, and I just not his speed, but how he's throwing the football, and they haven't looked great to me. I don't think this A&M team is in the upper echelon of the SEC, and I feel like Notre Dame. Yeah, they had a loss to Miami, but this Notre Dame team is still stacked. Still, they have a great defense. On the road to beat a good defense, you're going to have to throw the ball well. I don't think Marcel Reed can do that. And I think this will be a 10-point, easy 10.2 touchdown win for Notre Dame.
And see, I'll be the guy picking against that because I think to your point about Marcel Reed passing, I do like him as a quarterback, but they have to win this game on his arm. And Texas A&M has the receivers to do it. Casey Concepcion from NC State transferred there this offseason. I think he's awesome. Terry Bussey, Craver, like they have the players on. They have receivers that can get open and like give Marcel Reed good options to throw to. And Le'Veon Moss is back healthy as your running back. Like you have to like that. The thing I think for A&M that I'm sure they're hoping for is in that first game for Notre Dame. You have Jeremiah Love, one of the best running backs in the country, probably the best running back in the country, and he's MIA, witness protection. Where is this dude? Like they do not either. He's hurt and we don't know that, or Notre Dame is just mishandling using him because I think that was a huge part of why Notre Dame lost to Miami. If they have a similar game plan against A&M, I think that's huge for the Aggies because through 2 games, A&M's run defense has been suspect. Against UTSA, first play of the second, or one of the first plays for UTSA in the second half was a 75-yard touchdown run. So that's been a concern for them. So if Notre Dame's not going to use their best player, I think that'll play hugely into A&M's favor. But A&M absolutely has to win this game on Marcel Reed's arm. And they didn't do it against Texas last year. They need to prove today that they can do that. If they don't, I'm out.
That's such a good point about Notre Dame because you go back and even if you do just some box score hunting, you look at C.J. Carr and you're like, wait a second, this is a freshman that had quite the debut as numbers-wise, and they just didn't get Jeremiah Love involved enough. And the optimist in me would say, okay, we got a young quarterback that clearly the moment's not too big, and a little bit biased here because he was a star high school player in the state of Michigan, grandson of Lloyd Carr, has the pedigree and everything else. Clearly the moment wasn't too big for him. Now you combine that with arguably one of the best players in college football. It should be a seamless transition into being a more productive offense. So that's definitely something we'll have our eyes on tonight as Texas A&M tries to pull the upset in South Bend against Notre Dame. Let's wrap up the Texas two-step right here on Fan University with a conversation about some of the unranked teams out of the top 25 in the state of Texas. SMU falls out of the top 25 after their loss to Baylor. And, of course, TCU has looked impressive early. Let's begin with the SMU conversation. I think everything's still in front of them as far as the ACC goals and aspirations. Yes, a difficult and somewhat unexpected loss to Baylor that came.
Says you. I was the one that picked Baylor.
Listen, unexpected in the sense that you got a 2-touchdown lead late in the fourth quarter. Don't do that to me, Carter Freeman.
Not often you have to go up against Sawyer Robertson, who's like close to leading the country in passing. He's like at almost 9 900 yards through 2 games.
Okay, yeah, let's take it that way, because I do think Baylor has a lot to really be excited about with Sawyer Robertson. Obviously, the stats speak for themselves, but let's do this. If you're SMU, Baylor, or TCU, who do we feel the best about to be a team that makes the most noise of those three?
That's a great question. I'm going to say TCU. I think I like Josh Hoover a lot. I think TCU is much better this year. I'm still not out on Baylor. I said this on last week's show. Even though they looked against SMU in that first half like it was going to be pretty rocky, you still haven't played a Big 12 game yet, and so wait a little bit to kind of see like what it looks like in conference. And I really do like Sawyer Robertson a lot, but I'm going to say TCU on that. SMU, they've got to show me something a little bit after blowing a 2-touchdown lead late last week in Dallas.
Ditto. I think it's definitely TCU, and we've only seen them for one game, but it was a very impressive blowout win on the road of North Carolina, right? They'll be back in action tonight at home against Abilene Christian, but given Baylor's defensive struggles through 2 games, I still have questions about that. We're able to get the win last week, and then for SMU to blow that lead, that's concerning. But SMU lost in week 2 last year to BYU on a Friday night, doesn't lose another game until the ACC title game. So for both Baylor and for SMU, absolutely the road is still in front of them. And for Baylor, I believe their first conference opponent is Arizona State. Suddenly that game doesn't look nearly as daunting because Arizona State goes and loses to Mississippi State last week. A shocking upset and a weekend with a couple of them. But I'm with TCU.
Very, very good. It's the Texas Two-Step right here on Fan University. We try to keep it all covered, and the last one, we'll tie a quick bow on it because you're going to North Texas, Washington State later tonight. I've liked what we've seen from the Mean Green.
It's hard not to. Look, a 2-0 start, you can never shake a stick at that. And you've got Eric Morris, the head coach, who formerly at Washington State. He has done good things with Drew Mestemaker through these first couple games at quarterback. They have a good running back as well. I'm blanking on his name right now. I will find that for the next segment. But look, UNT's offenses look good through 2 games, and their defense it locked down when it needed to last week against Western Michigan to get them that win. So it's a big one for the Mean Green today.
We are just getting started on Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's continue the conversation. Coming up next, Jake's takes and what I saw from Fort Worth on the campus of TCU. I still don't believe my eyes. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
with FC Dallas tonight at the Derbyshire in Frisco with the Fade.
To you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Right here on Fan University 105.3 The Fan. Jake Rietma alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter, and maybe some additional voices that might just be joining us through technology in the form of echoing and everything else. But we're good.
It's a fun weekend of college football, man.
That's right.
Like,
that's why we do it live.
We might leave mics on. You might hear two Carters because Carter's that excited to talk about all these games today.
I love it. Coming up at the top of the hour, we got a real treat here on Fan University. We're going to be joined by Tony Catalina of the Statesman. He's the Texas A&M beat reporter. We'll take a deep dive on that matchup. But right now, one of my favorite times of the program on Fan University, Jake's Takes, which is very dangerous because we take a look at what's going on between the ears of yours truly, and I actually don't wish that upon anybody. But just some of the things I saw throughout the course of the week where, again, my tiny little brain starts processing everything, and it's just a very, very scary place to be. So, Carter, Brennan, I'm going to need you guys here on this one. We begin very near and dear to us right here in Fort Worth. The Texas Christian University Horned Frogs have a new concession stand item And I really, when I saw it, and hopefully you've seen it by now, I'm going to do my best to give the explanation. And if you're watching on the fan cam as well as listening, wherever it may be, just picture one of the most absurd things you could see in a hot dog, mozzarella, cheese combo dipped in batter, fried panko, dusted with powder. And it's UBE powder. Is that oob? It's purple. It's purple and drizzled with a sweet and spicy honey. It is, in fact, called the half-acre Korean corn dog, now available at TCU football games. Fellas, are you trying this if you make your way to Fort Worth?
Brennan, this looks like Grimace's private parts. I want no part of this menu item. And I think we should open this up to a wider conversation of when you guys, so tailgating is one thing. When you're outside of the stadium and you're grilling your own food, drinking beer, whatever, before the game, that's one thing. But when you're in the stadium, what kind of food do you guys get? Are you a fan of these like fancy schmancy, like new fangled menu items that it's not just college, it's NFL, it's MLB, all of the stadiums across the country are trying to one-up each other with these crazy menu items, and then you get this, just despicable-looking thing. Like, I don't want no part in this.
Absolutely no part of this. It looks disgusting. I'm not gonna make my way into the stadium, especially to try that thing. Look, make it easier to get a hot dog. Like, let's just make it simple. Make it easy to get nachos. Get the lines moving faster. Make them affordable. It's hot dogs, it's nachos, maybe a hamburger if you trust they've cooked it right. That's my opinion. It's a game day. Let's just have normal game day food. I'm a purist when it comes to game day food.
100% with you. Like I'll go for the hot dog, and I want my souvenir cup. Like whatever, if I go to a new stadium, like I want the cup that I can keep and display in my apartment. I'm not going to seek out stuff like this, especially just the look of it. I don't know if there's any way they could have made this menu item to make it look more appetizing, but something about and look, TCU's purple, one of the best colors in college. Not one of the best colors for something I'm trying to eat. Something about it just does not sit right.
877-881-1053. This is coming in from the 903. It looks like Barney the dinosaur's turd, and I think that's a very accurate description of it. I will say though, on the topic of tailgating food, if it's done by the professionals, like people that tailgating is what they do, and they get elaborate with the menu and everything, and they know what they're doing, yes, I'm down to try it. I don't put myself in the parameters of a box that if I'm going to a football game, I can only eat the staples. Down to try, but it has to be done right, and that's usually more difficult, or I guess easier said than done. As we continue here on Jake's Takes. So real quick, I would still try it. I believe in trying things, so I would give it a try, but I don't think I would eat the whole thing. It looks disgusting.
Okay, maybe the three of us will need to get out to a TCU game this year, try this out.
Here we go. From the 817, I'm going to the ACU versus TCU game today. Go Wildcats. 817, you got to try the, what are they even calling it? It's called the half-acre Korean corn dog in Section 109. So it's in Section 109. You got to give it a try.
TCU has, I believe, a Chicken Express in their stadium. My dad and I have gone to the Armed Forces Bowl at Amon G. Carter Stadium for a decade now, and that is usually our go-to. And I don't know if at this year's Armed Forces Bowl, if they will have this menu item. I will probably head to the Chicken Express instead.
We got to do the show from Section 109 at some point this year and just eat the Korean corn dog on the show.
The purple Korean corn dog.
Do a live review.
A live review. Let's get that set up.
All right, it's Jake's Takes here on Fan University. From one concession stand item that doesn't look so good to a few that I would just be first in line to try here. And we go to the site where Fox Big Noon Kickoff is. The Northwestern Wildcats, my alma mater, they're offering today at the Lakefront Fair a funnel cake with some powdered sugar, and it looks like a chocolate glaze over it, smash burger, pub brat burger with a pretzel bun, and of course, your draft beer. Now, that's something we can all get on board with. Funnel cake for an early game, that's a tone setter.
Yeah, that's usually, I don't know about you, Brendan, but that's one of the first things I'll go for at the state fair here in Texas is one of the funnel cakes. And it has to be at a state fair. Like it has or adjacent for me to eat a funnel cake. I can not really see myself eating it elsewhere because that's just the place where they're the best.
Dude, a funnel cake with a chocolate glaze over it, sign me up any day of the week. It doesn't matter where it is. That is a good game day treat for sure if they've got them. I haven't been in a ton of stadiums, at least college, where I'm always seeing a bunch of funnel cakes. It's more like pretzels is kind of the I guess you'd call it treat. But man, that sounds amazing. See, now that's something I would try. Good for Northwestern, dude. Good for a Midwestern school. Really bring in some Southern flair on a funnel cake with some chocolate glaze into it. I'm surprised by that.
I love our TCU Tolos, but I got to say, they lost the battle of the purple when it comes to food today. Northwestern wins the food battle on this one.
Well, Northwestern doesn't win on the field, so this is the only victory that they can get. They're 27.5-point underdogs welcoming in Oregon. All right, from TCU, let's go over to SMU. These two teams will play next week. Can't wait for that. But the news dropped this week that the SMU sequel, or a sequel to the Pony Excess, I should say, the 30 for 30, is going to drop on September 21st. And don't you worry, Tolos, because we've got a little preview for the SMU sequel.
Guess what? Florida State, the defending champs, are coming to town.
A sellout house here tonight at Gerald Ford Stadium.
The lights were bright, and there was a lot of attention for that game. We had President Bush there.
Former president is here tonight to administrate the coin toss.
So you automatically understand that this just isn't a regular conference matchup.
Look who they carted out tonight before their first ACC game.
The energy from the fans was different. The buzz around the city was just different.
Now we got a chance to play a major college football team. We will see how we do.
Let's see who's most physical up front tonight.
They're going to hand to Smith. He'll run right, and he scores.
We started running by some of their players with our athletes. I said, we got some players out there.
Guess what? Florida State.
There it is. Looking forward to that. I mean, it's going to be a deep dive into SMU's joining of the ACC and really the success they had in year one with all the legendary voices that you heard there, and even big ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips is featured in it. It's going to be really interesting. That debuts the 21st.
It's not. I'm trying to think of any other schools that can have like this big of a rebound that are even capable of it. For a school to get the death penalty like SMU did, completely fall off the face of the earth for the better part of like 30 years, right? Then to see the sport change and you have the infrastructure, the donors to build you back up to the point where you don't need to take money from the ACC to move into that conference for a decade, 9 years, however long SMU's not getting it. Like, that is such opposite ends of the spectrum from their fall to their rise that I think that is going to be such an interesting watch to compare it to how far down they were and how much they've risen since then.
That's a great point. It's good for the city of Dallas. It's good for SMU. They deserve this. You know, if any program deserves some flowers in the post NIL or now modern college football era, it's SMU, because everything that happened with the death penalty, it's like, really, they're having to see this and can't believe. Man, we had to suffer for 30 years, Carter, to your point. Let us have some fun now. I think it's great that some donors are putting money into the program. I'm excited to watch this. This should be really good. The first one was phenomenal. It was one of the best 30 for 30s in my opinion. So I'm excited to see this one too.
As I mentioned, it airs on September the 21st. Hey, we're just getting going on Fan University. Hard to believe 1 hour in the books already. Thanks so much for making Fan University your pregame show, getting you set for all things college football. And we will continue to do exactly that. Tony Catalina, the Texas A&M beat reporter for the Statesman, will join us next to preview Texas A&M and Notre Dame here on Fan University.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation at... Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Chad. Your name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Inside the 35, already in scoring range. Reed pumps, wants to take the shot, has a man. Touchdown, Terry
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Reitman alongside Carter Freeman, Brennan Baxter, live from Lubbock. And one of the biggest matchups on the college football slate. And week number 3, we got to wait all the way until tonight for it. But Texas A&M paying Notre Dame a visit. And joining us now on Fan University, Tony Catalina, the Texas A&M beat reporter for the Statesman. We say good morning, Tony. And I've always thought a night game, it's so hard to just wait around all day. How we doing with that? How you feeling? Are the juices flowing here early on Saturday morning?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an adjustment, right? I think I'm going to go into South Bend, probably try to grab some lunch and kill a little bit of time. But yeah, as exciting as night games are, they are a little bit of a wait and hurry up and wait situation there.
Okay, Tony, we've talked about this a little bit in the show already, but I really think A&M, if they're going to win this game, it has to be on Marcel Reed's arm. And they have the receivers this year to do it. Can you talk to me about some of the receivers that he's been throwing to in these first couple games and how you think that offensive game plan will look tonight?
Yeah, I mean, last year, Connor Wegman only mustered up 100 yards against Notre Dame, and, if they do that again, it won't be enough again, right? So I think they went into this offseason, they attacked the transfer portal with a purpose. They added 3 wide receivers in the portal, and 2 of them, in Mario Craver and KC Concepcion, have been massive additions to this offense. Now, it's been against UTSA and Utah State, but their early returns have been great. Now, can they do it against Notre Dame in the secondary? That's the question they got to answer. But I will say, just having that ability to take the top off and make plays in the passing game is huge. But at the end of the day, A&M is a run-first team, right? They're going to pound the rock. They have a very veteran offensive line. They got 4 guys in the running back room that all carried the ball last year, and they're all back and healthy now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if A&M tries to pound the rock a little bit, but knowing they have the passing attack that they have, I could see them take some shots as well.
Tony, referencing the passing attack specifically, I've been a little low on Marcel Reed and his development. I'm not nearly as around the team as much as you are. Can you speak to how the team feels, the confidence in him to beat a team like Notre Dame with his arm, and how much progression have you seen from him compared to last year into this year? What's your confidence level that Marcel Reed could go win a game on the road with his arm if needed to against a top 10 team in the country?
Yeah, I mean, those are a few questions they're going to have to answer tonight, but I would say specifically to his arm ability, we had spoke to KC Concepcion this offseason, and he said one of the main reasons why he came to A&M in the portal is because he watched Marcel Reed throw the football, and he came away impressed knowing that this is a guy he could win with. Obviously, the whole program, Reed himself, nobody's shied away from the narrative that he struggles to throw the football. And I think a lot of people in this team, on this program, were encouraged to kind of dispel that. I had spoke to people around Marcel for the last, 2 years who've been adamant about saying he's a quarterback first and then he's an athlete and a runner. So I think he's encouraged. I know he's working with Patrick Mahomes' private quarterback. He took it seriously this offseason. There's some mechanical adjustments. There's been some things that he's done to really elevate himself as a passer. And, through 2 games, he has multiple touchdown passes, no interceptions. I think they're really encouraged by what they've seen. Again, like I said earlier, this will be the biggest and the most pointed test that he has. But I think there's a lot of encouragement that he can get it done.
Tony Catalina joining us on Fan University. He's on Twitter at Tony_Catalina. You can follow his work there. He's the Texas A&M beat reporter for the Statesman. And Tony, the easy part of this matchup, in my opinion, is to look at some of the star power offensively, obviously with both teams with some really dynamic players. But some of the shortcomings, you could make the argument for sure for Notre Dame in their first game against Miami was defensively. And even, I hate to use the term shortcomings with Texas A&M, obviously winning both games going away. But the defense may have, I guess if you want to use the cliche of the eye test, may have left a little bit to be desired defensively for Texas A&M. Where are you at on this Aggies defense?
Yeah, I think they got a lot to prove. I mean, talking to the players this week, I think they understand that they had things in the first 2 weeks that weren't clean and that they want to button it up. And going back to last year, week 1, they feel like they got a big chip on their shoulder to go and get revenge on the loss that they had last year. They know that they left some things on the field, and that's kind of been the focus of this offseason. You talk to Will Lee, you talk to Scooby Williams. These guys have been very tight-lipped, but very pointed in the fact that like they really want to go out there and make a statement defensively. They hear the conversations. They know how they're discussed when it comes to run defense. They want to go and shut that down. And this is the best chance they can, right? I mean, if we talk about Mike Elko and his second year and the tenure, going to Notre Dame, beating a top 10 opponent in a nationally televised game on the road, I don't think there's anything clear or more cut that this team's going in the right direction. They just got to find a way to do it.
Will Cassius Howell force a 3-and-out by himself again, like he did last week against Utah State? And if not, who's a name on this Aggie defensive line that you think can really step up and have success in this game?
Yeah, I think it would be quite impressive if he was able to do that again. I was quite floored when I saw that last week. I think Cassius Howell is going to have a big game. I'm really bullish on him, as not only as a player this year, but as an NFL draft prospect. I'm really high on him. But if it isn't him, I think it's going to be Deion Hayes, the Colorado transfer, somebody who played at Pitt for a while. He's more of like that tweener guy. He can kick inside, he can play the 5 technique, or he can be on the edge. He's really stout in the run, but I think we're going to see his pass rushing repertoire kind of, if Notre Dame gives him a chance to get home, and it seems like CJ Carr and them, get the ball up quickly, it gets neutralized. But if you're asking me someone on the D-line that's outside of Howell, give me Deion Hayes.
Tony, you're looking at A&M. They flew a little bit under the radar with all the Arch Manning talk, the Texas hype. But this team is still ranked 16th in the country. They'll be top 10 if they go into Notre Dame and get a win. What's the expectation for this team? Is it playoff or bust? Is it SEC championship? Is there a realistic expectation there in College Station? And if they do come away with this win, how do those expectations change?
I think, and I've said this, I've been on record with this a couple of times, if they win this game, I think, because they get next week off, there's a bye week before Auburn. If they win this game, the hype train is going to pull into College Station. I think there's no denying that's going to be a fact. But with that being said, this is a team that fully believes and thinks they have the talent to go and be in an SEC championship game. They were one win away last year. If they beat Texas, they would have been there last year. But they think they left a lot on the table. The way they finished the end of the year, a lot of them are really, I would say bitter in a positive way about it. Like, they understand that they dropped the ball, and they want to go out there and kind of change the narrative about them. And so if they're in the SEC championship game, then they're obviously going to be in that playoff conversation. They believe they got the talent to do it, and I don't think there's anybody in that program that thinks otherwise.
Tony, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit on the tail of the tape, if you will. By the way, Tony Catalina of The Statesman joining us here on Fan University. And with only one game sample size for Notre Dame, kind of an oddity with the schedule, you got a bye week in week number 2 for the Fighting Irish. And the conversation around them, again, based off one game, it's CJ Carr seems to be, an equipped quarterback and put up some decent numbers against Miami, but it was almost like they were unable to utilize one of the best players in college football, in Jeremiah Love. I would assume that's been a huge point of conversation for Texas A&M in this week, preparing for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. What have you heard just as far as game planning to stop a dynamic player like Jeremiah Love, and how the Notre Dame Fighting Irish might be wanting to get him more involved?
Yeah, I think last week was an anomaly. For him to only get 10 carries, I just feel like that's just not a winning recipe if you're Notre Dame. You got to get that kid at least 15 touches, in my opinion. Last year he had 14 carries for 91 yards on a touchdown against A&M, and I think that this defense is preparing for a heavy dose of Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, and I think the way that everybody talks about their run defense, and obviously with merit, they gave up 200 yards on the ground to UTSA in week 1, did better against Utah State, giving up only about 73 yards. So, but I think they got to prove it against a high-level rushing attack. And, I think a lot of people here in College Station, believe that, they're going to get force-fed the football down the throat and see if they're able to stop the run or not, right? And I think that's where it starts, especially with a young quarterback. Now, CJ Carr did a lot of good things. He came, in the fourth quarter, stepped up in a big way, and they came up a little short, but I think he showed some moxie by doing so. But I think if you ask anybody where you need to stop Notre Dame, it probably starts with stopping number 4.
And then on the subject of A&M's run game, you mentioned they want to pound the rock. They have a lot of guys coming back from last season. One of them is Le'Veon Moss, who was phenomenal last year before he got hurt. What does he look like so far this year, and do you expect him or Reuben Owens to really be the guy who kind of takes the bell cow role this year?
Yeah, I think a lot of people circled this game as like to take the governor off of him, right? Like he He played in the first 2 games. He had a limited amount of snaps. They were very particular about his contact and how much they use him during the summer. I think this is the week where we get to see the full arsenal of who Le'Veon Moss is post-injury. He had talked to the media a couple times saying just, he had to get comfortable. It was more of a mental hurdle. He's cleared physically 100%. He's good to go. But, he's just thinking about it as a human, really. But I think he had a 21-yard touchdown last week. And you could see him kind of throw a stiff arm, hurdle a guy a little bit, and be able to take the burst. I think that was the first sign of Le'Veon Moss being who he is and knows he can be. And I'm expecting to see the best version of him tonight because, like I said, they've kind of circled this game as the game to go ahead and get him going again.
Tony, this has been awesome, man. We appreciate it so much. Tony Catalina of The Statesman, the Texas A&M beat reporter, joining us here on Fan University. Hey, enjoy the rest of the day. And beautiful, beautiful South Bend, Indiana. Not a whole lot of places like it. Get some good grub there. And, hey, let's do this again, man. We appreciate it.
Sounds good, guys. Appreciate you.
There he goes. Tony Catalina. Again, you can follow his work on Twitter at Tony_Catalina. Does a great job covering the Texas A&M Aggies. And I love what he said about, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but it's still fun to envision what it would be like around College Station if Texas A&M is able to go to South Bend, get a win here, and as he said, the hype train would be in full effect.
Yeah, that's been a talking point this week, Brendan, is how A&M hasn't won a ranked road game in quite some time. And if they win this game, that is like the ranked road win of all ranked road wins, right? Like you don't often get to play at Notre Dame, especially when they are a championship contender like they are now. So to get this win, oh my goodness, the hype train in College Station would probably, there'd be no buildings left. The hype train would run over everything and everyone would be on that and they would just, ride away somewhere else.
And that's why I asked the question, like, what are the expectations realistically there? Because I didn't hear much about A&M. I know they're ranked 16th, but there was so much talk around maybe because it was Texas, Ohio State. It just felt like everything was talked about that coming into the season. So this would be a, hey, we're here type of game for the Aggies. And I'm looking at their SEC schedule too down the line. You go at LSU, but other than that, a lot of it looks manageable until Texas, really. You get South Carolina at home. So could you imagine in Austin a game against Texas for the chance to go to the SEC championship game, potentially for the Aggies? And if they win this game, it's still so much ahead, and the SEC is daunting for sure, but that reality for them could set in of like, we actually have the team to do this year, because this would be the second best win of the year easily, in my opinion, if A&M is able to pull this off.
Well, that's what I loved your question, by the way, about like what do those expectations become? Because I don't think you're wrong to make that jump if you're Texas A&M, where all of a sudden you go toe-to-toe with a upper echelon and maybe even premier team on the road and what it can do moving forward for the Aggies. And I will say this, and maybe I'll take some hate and some criticism at 877-881-1053 on the Franco injury attorney text line. I like when Texas A&M's good. I think it's good for college football. It's a fan base that it obviously the game day atmosphere and everything there. It just and again, I don't have any reason to hate them. I like when they're good.
Both my parents met at A&M, so I have Aggies in the family. But I was able last year to go to a A&M game for the first time, I believe, in 12 or 13 years. It was last time I'd been to College Station. They hadn't renovated Kyle Field yet. So just to see that stadium and this was against New Mexico State. So it wasn't even an SEC game, but to see A&M and that rabid fan base when they have a chance to go to an SEC title game, to play Texas again, I would believe that was the week or two before that Lone Star rivalry. I can't remember the name of the rivalry, whatever that game is called, before that happened. So in my mind, yes, it is more fun when they are good. And then, yeah, if they're able to do it this weekend, I can only imagine what that game against Auburn in 2 weeks would be like at home. And one last thing, last time A&M beat a ranked team on the road, 2014, when they beat Auburn. So it's been a while, over a decade.
You guys might like A&M being good. I'm not going to leave my bias at the door. I don't like A&M being good. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see anyone be good between Texas and Texas A&M. Unfortunately, that's just the burden you got to bear as a Texas Tech fan, to watch as a little brother, to see those schools be good. It just breaks you no matter how much they beat you. Though I will say Texas Tech dominated A&M why in that last decade in the Big 12 there, and I think that's why the Aggies ended up leaving. They were tired of losing. I'm gonna believe that.
Yeah,
that's a hill I'll die on.
Not the 77-0 defeat that my Sooners handed them in the mid 2000s. It was those Red. It was Mike Leach. He was the one that drove them away.
Mike Leach, baby, swing the sword.
Rest in peace.
I love it. Hey, don't let your fandom die, Brennan Baxter. That's what we appreciate and we need, and that's what we're getting out of you here on Fan University. But let's keep it rolling. Jake Reitma alongside Brennan Baxter and Carter Freeman right here on Fan University. Jacob Ray, our producer, keeping us on the air. We'll have our picks at 10:40. I have to unfortunately face the harsh reality of how
the music, baby.
Dreadfully awful I have been. But hey, it's still early, and the uphill climbs for me starts at 10:40. But coming up next, let's go around all college football. It's our best sights and sounds from the week that got us ready for game day next on Fan University.
Tolo means
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fan University, right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a college football Saturday. Jake Rietma alongside Brennan Baxter and Carter Freeman. We are getting you set for all the games around college football, and there are plenty of good ones. My thanks to Tony Catalina of the Statesman for joining us last segment. As always, you miss anything, use that Odyssey Rewind app or on the old YouTube, because we're with you 9 until noon, getting you set for all things college football. And right now, it is time to go around all of college football, because some of our best sights and sounds over the course of the week that help get us ready for college football. And we begin in Fort Worth, because we've talked a lot of TCU so far on this program. And listen, we have our take on TCU. Carter, you mentioned you go to the Armed Forces Bowl every single year. I went to TCU, a night game, and I loved it. It was an incredible atmosphere and just one of those quality college football destinations. And you feel it. You got the excitement. I love the big frog statue upon the entrance and everything. Just a lot of character, a lot of personality. And Brennan, you're in Lubbock right now, so I know you feel the same way about Texas Tech, but that's part of what makes college football so good.
Dude, it is hard to beat a Saturday at a college football stadium. I don't know where else you'd rather be on the planet. Maybe we're biased because we're on Fan University on 105.3, The Fan.
It's kind of our thing.
Football. But, that might be a reason why. But, man, it's a ton of fun. I've actually never been to a game at Amon G. Carter, which is funny enough, even though I reside in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I've never been out there. So, like I said, the show might have to go out there one Saturday morning.
Well, between the new menu item we talked about earlier, that crazy-looking corn dog, and the fact that Brendan's never been out there, yeah, this sounds like a Fan U trip. And you mentioned, where else would you rather be? My friends and I, in our group chat, one of us every morning of every Saturday of the college football season will send a text that says, "Wake the F up. It's game day."
It's game day.
So I might need to start texting that to you guys, because when I see that, I'm like, look, you get game day, ESPN's College Game Day on at 8 a.m. You got us on at 9. I mean, it's hard to even just put into words how excited I get.
Well, if the purple corn dog isn't enough of a draw to get out to TCU's campus, I got to believe this would be. Rob Stone, one of my favorite voices in college football, does such a great job. And Wake Up Barstool, which is a new show on FS1. Not important, but what is important is their take on the campus at TCU. If this doesn't make you want to make a trip out to TCU, I don't know what will.
Ooh, good time to be a sophomore at TCU. They're pretty frisky this year, dude.
They are. And SMU really screwed things up last week, because that SMU-TCU game next week would have been an absolute banger, end of a rivalry game. But what has anyone?
Yes,
it's gorgeous.
It's not. It's like a Disney set.
Correct.
It's not real life.
Yeah, it's like a soundstage almost.
Yeah, it really is.
It's beautiful, but it's like a soundstage.
The two of us walked around there last year. I think it was last year we went and did a show there, and we just walked around like, what?
Yeah.
Where are we? Are we
It's
the
like
Truman Show?
Like the Truman Show for universities,
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah.
I happily take my money.
Yeah.
Just because this is great, this is safe, this is clean, this is welcoming. You got it. How much did you raise it this year? Great. Take it. Loving it.
There you go. I mean, you feel like you're in the Truman Show. I didn't quite get that vibe totally. I got a great vibe, but and by the way, you love the personality that the Wake Up Barstool crew brings. But that to me tells us we got to do a show from TCU.
Yeah, then the thing about the difference to me between Dallas and Fort Worth, and one thing I live in Dallas proper, but I love Fort Worth because the way that city is, all the buildings and just the way the city's built, new buildings, old buildings, what have you, it has a very cohesive look. And if you look at TCU's campus, it looks like it belongs in the Fort Worth area. Like Dickies Arena is a relatively new arena. I think it got built pre-COVID. But if you look at that from the highway, that looks like something that's been there for 100 years. And that's just the way Fort Worth looks. And so much of TCU's campus has that same look. You've got the famous fountains. You mentioned the frog statue. I love the Super Frog, their mascot. They have a statue of him on a bench that you can go take pictures with right outside the stadium, and obviously the Gary Patterson statue outside of the stadium as well. But yeah, it's a very unique look, and all good college campuses have a good look. TCU's, I think, it is elevated because of how well it integrates with the city.
I've heard, though, that they have a hard time filling the stadium. Is that true? I've
when I was there, it was
the
packed.
Atmosphere is not as much as you would hope it to be.
Maybe I'm pessimistic.
I've got a couple sources.
Maybe I'm pessimistic because I'm just a fan of DFW teams, but I feel like DFW fans don't fill the stadium instantly. So I went to the TCU Colorado game several years ago, Deion's first game at Colorado, and this is TCU coming off a national title game appearance, and it was probably only 80% full at kickoff. Now, it filled in by the time the second quarter rolled around, but yeah, it can absolutely be rowdy, but maybe that's just a DFW sports fans thing.
I went to a night game, spent some time at Frog Alley, I believe is what they call the tailgate area. That was a lot of fun. And making my way in at a night game, they had it was a promo of early concession stands were discounted prices. And I felt like, I don't know, maybe I'm just giving too much credit to the marketing team. We've talked about their purple corn dogs and everything else, but the place was full for kickoff for a night game, but you had the incentive of going early to get the discount on the concession stand items.
Go early, and you've probably been drinking all day, too.
Right.
You know, you're already hyped up on whatever other games are going on. And that's maybe a conversation for another. Like, do you want the early game or do you want the late game? Do you want to watch all the games and not be stressed out? Because if my Sooners lose the 11 a.m. game, I'm like, I don't know how much of the rest of the day I want to watch because they're going to show highlights of my team losing.
Yeah,
so
there you go. From TCU, let's go over to South Carolina. This is the Sights and Sounds segment of Fan University. Jake Rima alongside Carter Freeman and Brendan Baxter here. Shane Beamer, if you watched the Netflix documentary of South Carolina, I feel like he's a guy you can maybe not root for, but you can at least relate to. Of course, the son of legendary coach Frank Beamer, and his South Carolina team seems to be at least among the very, very dangerous teams in the SEC. But check out what Shane Beamer had to say in a post-game presser, throwing his wife under the bus a little bit. Come on.
Still haven't been able to talk my wife into letting us buy a boat. She determined that a new rug in the living room was more important than a boat this year. And when I come home at night and there's piles of Amazon boxes for things that have been ordered that I did not order on my front porch, that's why we don't have a boat yet. But maybe one day. But I do appreciate those people being out here as well. I love you, babe. You know, I'm kind of joking.
Kind of joking.
Yeah.
Had to throw kind of in there.
He throws in the love you, babe. You're the only one married, Brendan. You got to take this one.
I was going to say, as a married man, that has to be the most relatable quote I've ever heard a coach say. That's the most relatable soundbite I've ever heard. That is so true. You know, it's simple. We want boats. We want golf clubs as men. And, you know, but then the wife says no. And sure enough, the next day there's a new chair in the living room or something. It's a hard life, man, sometimes. Shane, I love Shane Beamer, by the way, on a football perspective. I think that dude is a stud. And I'm really high on South Carolina, too. But that is hilarious. I feel that. I feel for Shane, man.
And South Carolina has an interesting game today. They play at 6:30, and they host Vanderbilt, who South Carolina has beaten Vanderbilt like 13, 14 times in a row. I don't think the Commodores have beaten South Carolina since like 2008. But just look at their first couple games. South Carolina, on a neutral site, had some issues with Virginia Tech. It took them a long time to kind of pull away against the Hokies. Well, Vanderbilt goes to Lane Stadium, plays Virginia Tech on the road, and beats them by 24 points. So through the first couple games, Vanderbilt has looked like the more impressive team. South Carolina's favored. They're ranked. I get it, but just keep an eye out for that one tonight. I think there's legit upset potential with Vanderbilt going into that game, but can you not, as a non-married man, can you not kind of be like, hey, you can buy stuff for the boat. You can decorate the boat. Like, can't we, like all those, you see all the Amazon packages at the house. Why can't we see Amazon packages in the boat? Like, we got to find some middle ground here, right?
Yeah, I would think like that's a great point. It's the classic win-win. But again, we got to defer to our the only guy that's married here. Does a win-win exist?
Rarely. I would think. Rarely. There's compromise, right? And I think from Shane's perspective, he's away from home a lot, obviously, with the team. His wife's probably like, well, when you're here, like, let's do stuff around the house. It's a much different thing, I'm sure, for the life of a college head football coach. But yeah, compromise is key. Unfortunately, it seems like she's always right. That's usually the general rule of thumb, is that she's always right.
That's fair.
There you go.
Yeah.
So South Carolina taking on Vanderbilt, which, by the way, shout out to Sean Sharif on the morning show. His godson with his first career touchdown, Bryce Coleman. I think it was like 80-something yards. I saw the highlight, and the big fella got loose. So looking forward to that game as well. From South Carolina, let's go back to the state of Texas, and we talked about Arch Manning a little bit, and I mentioned that Steve Sarkisian was a little bit testy at his weekly media appearance, and I know everybody has the discussion and everything, the discourse around it. We've had it, but at the same time, it wouldn't be a sights and sounds without going to the University of Texas, where Steve Sarkisian got a little testy when asked about Arch Manning.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth quarter.
who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
This to me felt a little Popovich, a little try too hard, a little I'm going to be the funny, a-hole coach that's making a statement here. And the analogy of going to the bathroom, like that's a totally different thing. And I'm usually almost always Team Sark, but this one felt a little bit much here.
Sark's always been a little dry to me, and I feel like this is just right up his alley on his personality and response. And what I mentioned on the last week's show, too, is that a lot of coaches seem to be getting more testy with the media, with the players. It just seems like there's a little more edginess to a lot of these coaches in the era we're in college football. So I like it. I think it's kind of, if it's a fake rumor, if you're just trying to dispel it, just give it to the guy and say, where'd you see it? I like the fact that he's sticking up for his player and just kind of putting that rumor to bed. It was funny. That's a great quote.
So, yeah, just the analogy was so, and you could tell he was like, oh, this, I thought of this one. Like, I'm ready to just let this one rip, right? I think that was something he might have come up with before. He said it there off the cuff, but it brought me back to, do you guys remember the Longhorn football hydration chart that UT had?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of the bathroom from several years ago.
Absolutely.
The color of your pee that just decided
had one
what
in
kind
our
of
college house for exactly that reason.
Okay, it's odd to me that, it's like if I had a nickel for every time a Texas bathroom related story with their head coach came out, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Some quote like that. So that was odd.
Yeah, the bigger story, of course, the health of Arch Manning. We'll keep an eye on that. We wrap up the sights and sounds of Fan University with a fire on the hill. It could have been worse. North Carolina State visiting Wake Forest, and it wasn't a firework display intentionally, but it wouldn't be college football without a little food truck fire at Wake Forest.
All right, so we're back here, 3rd and 1, 3rd and inches. You see the smoke here at a Legacy Stadium. There's actually a food truck behind the stadium. Right here, you see the flames on it that's causing the smoke and the fire. Our man's got a fire extinguisher. We'll update you on that, but first things first. Will Wilson still in, 3rd and inches.
And you don't like college football on a Thursday night when we got smoking food trucks outside of stadiums. And by the way, that game was a lot of fun. That the NC State Wake Forest game featured an opening kickoff return for a touchdown, a 70-yard pass by Wake Forest to set up a touchdown, and a smoking food truck, a big man pick six. And then at the end of that game, North Carolina State ends up pulling away to win. Wake Forest on their last possession, 4th down, their quarterback throws a dime right into the referee's junk. That ball went straight into the referee's lower extremities, nowhere close to his receiver. NC State ends up winning, and even if you look at the highlight of that play I'm describing, the NC State defensive back is like way in front of the Wake Forest receiver. Like that ball would have been picked. So maybe it was a smart decision to pad that guy's stats, just have an incompletion over an interception, but That's college football on a Thursday night. I don't know why you wouldn't want more of
No
that.
doubt. I'm all for Thursday night, just against Friday night. That was Matthew Berry on the call, right? He's doing.
Barry's great.
He's doing a little more play-by-play. The Arizona State Sun Devil legend.
I think it's with Barry too. It's so funny because he's able to riff really well, and I thought that was perfect. Like 3rd and inches. Oh, there's a food truck on fire. It's like not a lot of guys would have that ability to go there. That's just great commentating, and man, that's wild though. I hope everyone was okay. I didn't see the video.
Oh, the video's great. I mean, the food truck worker, he is just giving it the business with the fire extinguisher.
Hey, great reference because that was an NC State offensive lineman in that Ron Cherry call for giving him the business. But yeah, they hotboxed the stadium is what it looked like.
Oh, you gotta love it. All right, coming up next, it's the portion of the program I've been dreading all morning, all week really. It's unfortunately where we have to reveal how bad I've been at picks. We'll get you set for the early kickoff and pick the game slate, the weekend slate that is. That's coming up next on Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, sweet.
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Carter's Corner coming up at 11:20. We'll talk with Alex Dono, the post-game host of the Miami Hurricanes radio network. Give us a nice little preview of another ranked matchup later today, Miami and USF, which is all of a sudden very compelling after the Bulls knocked off the Gators in Gainesville at the Swamp last week. So that's coming up at 11:20. And fellas, I have stalled enough because it's time for me to face the music. And if the first 2 weeks are any indication of how my season is going to go picking games, I am going to be hurting in a major way. Jake Riepma alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter. It's time for the picks. And I guess that means it's time for a recap of last week. Carter, how bad was it for me?
All right. Last week, we picked 6 games. Brennan and I both went 3-3, which I'll take that as 500. I guess, we're bowl eligible. Well, we'll take that as a win, right? We can go play in the
bar is low.
The bar, yes. Jake, you, my friend, went 1-5. The lone game that you picked was probably the easiest one. It was Oregon over Oklahoma State.
But I wanted that to be clear. I picked them to cover, and it was a huge spread, and they covered easily.
Brennan, I think they covered in the first 2 minutes of that game, if I remember right.
It's pretty quick. Yeah,
pretty fast. So on the season, Brennan and I are 4-5. Jake, you are 1-8 because you also went 0-3.
Yep, we got to be better.
Week 1.
This is a moment where I feel like I'm being challenged by a coach to look in the mirror, figure it out, and I'm saying that without the colorful adjectives that should also be associated with that statement. I need to figure it out, otherwise I won't know how to put one foot in front of the other. It's a big bounce back week. So with that said, I'm not going to just steal your guys' picks, but I'm going to be the point guard. We're going to dribble it up the floor. We're going to go outline the games. I'm going to hear your guys' thoughts, hear your guys' picks, and then we'll move from there. So let's start week 3 with the early games. A kind of compelling one here. You got Clemson visiting Georgia Tech. Clemson, some would say, has been a disappointment early. Struggled last week with Troy. And in a major way, coming away with the win. The spread on this, Clemson -2.5. Who do we like, fellas?
I'll go first, and I'm going to stick with Clemson against my better judgment. I do want to get into this a little bit into Carter's Corner too, so I'll save some of my thoughts there, but I still liked Clemson's talent. I think they're maybe taking a little while to get going. This is on the road, but they are still favored. I will go with Clemson. Brennan, what say you?
I also go Clemson. I can't drop them 3 weeks into the season when I picked them to go to the national championship game. If Clemson stinks, by the way, I blame the powers that be that told me that Clemson was going to be really good. It's not me. Okay, I'm going to blame the others, but I'm going to stick with Clemson. Tough road game, 11 o'clock, Georgia Tech, much improved especially coming off last year with Haynes King, their former A&M quarterback. But I'm going to stick with Dabo, trust the Tigers to bounce back and right the ship here on some early 2 games that were a little rocky for the Clemson Tigers.
All right, this is good because my gut told me Clemson as well. Although the Georgia Tech setting in downtown Atlanta with the skyscraper buildings everywhere, it's now a turf surface. It used to be a grass surface.
A turfus,
yes,
if you will.
There you go. Many, many years ago, a young Jake Riepma and his brother snuck into that stadium pretending to be landscaping guys, field maintenance crews, because they were working on the field, and we thought it'd be an easy way, and sure enough, it worked out. So I think the statute of limitations is passed because it was more than 5 years ago. Breaking and entering, I'm good.
Brendan, did he just admit to he just randomly broke into a Bobby Dodd stadium?
Correct. It was a Atlanta Braves road trip, like to visit lots of different stadiums. It was a night game, and I did not anticipate telling this story on the air, but had some time during the day. Let's go check out Georgia Tech. Walking around, they're doing some maintenance on the field. Grab a rake from one of those big trailers, walked right into the stadium on the field just like that.
Okay, 1, that's awesome. 2, I think you're clear, but to pretty much admit to a crime on live radio is fantastic, dude. So well done.
Thank you.
I think that's great. That's what the show needs.
Just a minor one. It was just breaking and entering.
Text in 877-881-1053 if you've also trespassed at a college football stadium.
More than 5 years ago. More than 5 years ago. But for that reason, I'm taking Clemson. All right, another early slate one, and this is very much against the spread because we know who's going to win this game. It's where Fox Big Noon Kickoff is. Preston Stone, the quarterback for the Northwestern Wildcats, formerly with SMU. They just flashed the graphic. He is 14-4 as a starter. The Oregon Ducks, they put the beating on Oklahoma State last week, and they are once again heavy favorites. I like Oregon to cover, and again, this one's against the spread, fellas. Minus 26.5 Oregon on the road at beautiful Lakeside Stadium right on Lake Michigan there at Northwestern.
Believe that Big Noon Kickoff just showed this is the first time that Oregon and Northwestern have played since 1974. So not a matchup you'll see very often. Even in the giant Big Ten, you might not see it every year. Oregon is going to dominate. Northwestern still in a tough spot. Whatever the spread is, give me Oregon. They're going to score again, and they're going to score again, and score again.
They might cover the spread in the first half.
I think they will. I think Oregon's going to just demolish them. I apologize, Jake. I know you're wearing the Northwestern shirt.
Go Cats,
You're
baby.
going to be checking the game. You've got it, but it's going to be a sad couple hours for you. I like Oregon to cover. They'll probably, maybe not 69-3 like they did against Oklahoma State at home last week, but I would venture to be closer to that than closer to 27.5.
Very good. I have so many more comments, and they're showing all my fellow nerds at Northwestern just having the time of their lives, and that's because the game hasn't kicked off yet. That will quickly fade. All right, afternoon games. Georgia at Tennessee is the biggest one where College Game Day is. And sorry, guys, we got to move pretty quickly through these. I like the Vols. Give me Tennessee. And this one, let me give you the spread. It is minus 3.5. Give me the Vols.
I'm going to stick with Georgia. I have questions about Gunnar Stockton as their starting quarterback, but Tennessee's down 2 of their 3 best defensive backs in this game. I think Georgia's won this game 8 times in a row. I think it'll be close. And I love Joey Aguilar with Tennessee, quarterback there, but I'll stick with Georgia.
I'm gonna go Tennessee here too, Jake, because the storyline too with what Nico is not doing at UCLA. Who won that divorce is going to be very much already in Tennessee's favor. If they beat Georgia at home, it's just like, hey, we don't miss you at all. Our hands are clean. You're now looking at Tennessee's season much different than we did coming into the year. So this is a huge opportunity for Tennessee. And I still have questions on Georgia. They kind of fumbled a little bit at home with Austin Peay last week. Didn't look too impressive. This is going to be an opportunity for Tennessee to break that 8-game losing streak that you mentioned, Carter, and I like the Vols.
This one will also be against the spread, fellas. We would be remiss if we didn't go back out to Lubbock, where our Brennan Baxter is right now. Texas Tech hosting Oregon State. 23.5 is the line. I will kick it. Brennan, you know what? You lead us off here because you're there. You're our Red Raider insider, our guy. What do you like?
Okay, this is going to sound like, oh, he's just doing this because he doesn't want to say that Tech's going to demolish them. But I really do think that 23.5 will not be covered. I'm going to predict a 2-touchdown win for Texas Tech.
Watching Oregon State lose at home to a freshman quarterback that Cal rolled out there in his first career start by as much as they did, Tech is going to wipe the floor with Oregon State. They're just not in a good spot. Neither of the teams in the Pac-12/Pac-2 are right now. So give me Texas Tech to cover in this game big time.
You said it, not me, Carter. Just saying.
I got you down, man. If you won't say it, so I'll say it for you.
Yeah, so
you were picking up what I was putting down.
We're all on the Red Raiders on this one for everything you guys just outlined, and we've got a lot of other games to cruise through. So let's go to the evening slate. Real quick, can we do the backyard brawl just to appease me? I got West Virginia in a huge upset over Pitt. Obviously, picking with my heart there.
I'm not ever picking West Virginia again after they lost to a MAC team on the road last week. MAC champions. Look, Ohio's a good MAC team, but no, give me Pitt.
I'm going Pitt as well.
All right, that's an incredible rivalry, too. If you haven't ever made a trip out, it is definitely worth your time. Okay, night game, Texas A&M, Notre Dame. We've previewed it heavily on this program. Who do we like, fellas? I will start it off. And by the way, 6.5-point underdogs are the Texas A&M Aggies. Give me Notre Dame. Big breakout party for Jeremiah Love. They actually get him involved. I've got the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I like A&M. I think A&M has a real shot to go in and win this game, especially if they can throw the ball like I think they can, like Tony Catalina told us earlier this hour. So I'll go with the Aggies. And the SEC has done nothing but win their power out of conference games this year. So I'm going to roll with them.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't believe in Marcel Reed's passing ability yet. I know, Carter, you did a great job mentioning the receivers for the Aggies. I've got to see it. If it happens, my mind will be changed. Tough place to play in South Bend. Night game, Notre Dame. I like Notre Dame to cover and win this game, but we'll see. I could be proven wrong, but give me the Fighting Irish. And Jake, real quick on your comment, the pick for West Virginia, that might be why you're 1-8, man. Picking with your heart, like that's. I was willing to go down with you. Me and you were kind of together here, and you're going against Carter a little bit. We were picking a lot of the same games that you went there, and I'm like, that might be the reason right there.
At least give me. At one point, this line was 6.5. I've seen it move all the way to 4.5. But at least for West Virginia, can I get the points against the spread? Can we give me 6.5?
I'll give you those. And look, it's not like Pitt is any sort of powerhouse this year. It's just. West Virginia might be the worst team in the Big 12 this year.
They very well, but crazy things happen at Milan Puskar Stadium there in beautiful Morgantown. Those are the picks on Fan University. Just so we're all clear, I've got Clemson, Oregon against the spread, the Tennessee Volunteers, Texas Tech, West Virginia, and Notre Dame. Carter's got Clemson, Oregon against the spread, Georgia, Texas Tech, Pitt, and A&M. Brennan has Clemson, Oregon, the Vols, Texas Tech, Pitt, and Notre Dame. We're cruising right along on Fan University. Carter's Corner is next. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Mateer running all the way. Gets free. Mateer. Touchdown, Oklahoma. That drive was all on the quarterback.
Oh, man, what a game it was for John Mateer. He accounted for 344 yards of Oklahoma's offense and something like just over 400 yards. Huge part of it. We are here on Fan University, the early slate getting ready to kick off. Jake Rietma alongside Carter Freeman. Brendan Baxter, the third member of our crew, is off and running to cover some Texas Tech Red Raiders action.
On assignment, as Gavin Dawson would say, right?
I love it.
He's on assignment in Lubbock.
Right. That's right. Boots on the ground. And as we get set for the early slate of games here on Fan University, one of the highlights of the program, it's Carter's Corner.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Carter? Carter Goodell.
He's Carter Freeman. Carter Freeman?
Really, the only reason I wanted to make that intro is so I could use the CBS college football theme as a part of it, because that's as the college football landscape has changed. In my mind, I always think of that theme with the SEC. The SEC is no longer on CBS. Honestly, it doesn't really fit to me that you hear that song being played for Big Ten games 100%. In the afternoon. Like last year, I think the first one that I remember hearing it for was USC at Michigan.
Oh, yeah, and you're like, this is not right.
This is just not, it's odd. So,
well, you're telling me that song with USC at Purdue kicking off at 3:30 today doesn't get you going?
Nothing better than, the beautiful scenes of West Lafayette.
Yeah,
and that
nice
awesome
area.
theme. Honestly, I think of that CBS college football theme now more with the Mountain West, because they're always on the CBS Sports Network. So we talk about Friday night football games. If I'm watching Air Force hosting Colorado State in late October and I'm hearing that song, that I'm like, all right, this makes more sense to me than having Big Ten games have that song with it. But yes, it is Carter's Corner here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to do a little overreaction or reality here. But first, I do have a trivia question. I mentioned this earlier, that Wake Forest and NC State, our Thursday game this week, the second longest continuously played rivalry in college football. Can you name me the longest played?
Oh, I bet it's going to be, well, my brain, and this is dangerous to just go to your immediate reaction, is Army-Navy.
That's a good guess, and they have played a long time. It is not Army-Navy.
Okay.
And it is actually more in your neck of the woods.
Oh, all right. Now it's going to be Michigan and somebody, because Michigan has played football forever, and they will tell you about all the championships they won when there were like 3 schools playing at that time. Oh, it's going to be Michigan and Michigan, Ohio State?
It is not Michigan, Ohio State. Because remember, this is continuously played. That game wasn't played
in
during the COVID year.
Yeah, that's right. When Harbaugh backed out, which saved his job.
It did, because then
they were going to get killed.
Michigan hasn't lost to Ohio State since then. So
wow.
No, the longest played continuous rivalry game in college football, Wisconsin, Minnesota. The battle for Paul Bunyan's axe.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a good trophy
That's
game.
been played, I think, since William McKinley was president back in the late 1800s. That's how long that game's been going on. But it was crazy to me that NC State Wake Forest was another game that had been played that continuously. But those schools in North Carolina, the Duke, UNC, NC State, and Wake Forest, I mean, they'll play each other out of conference games,
right?
Because it just makes more sense for travel and not having to go West Coast or what may have you. So thought that was an interesting nugget, but let's get into some overreaction to reality here, because there's one big game tonight that we haven't mentioned at all. We're going to be locked in on Texas A&M at Notre Dame for sure, but at the same time on ABC, you can watch the Florida Gators coming off a huge upset loss at home to the South Florida Bulls. You can watch them in a really underrated rivalry in the SEC go to LSU, who's still third in the country, still has that win over Clemson in week 1. Overreaction reality. The loser of this game is toast. And I look at this both ways, because we think Florida's toast now because of the way they lost last week to USF. If LSU loses this game at home, there's no way you can buy into them as a contender, right? Even with the Clemson win, I think that would be. I don't think they would be.
I think it is 100% reality, and I'm going into my hate for LSU and Brian Kelly. And to help validate that I thought they were pretenders from the very start. And even though what we've seen so far, the big win on the road against Clemson and beating a faceless, nameless opponent in Louisiana Tech, as Brian Kelly put it. But overall, that's a huge step backwards when you consider the state of this Florida Gators program. And I don't trust Brian Kelly to get his team to be able to recover from a giant step back like that early in the season. I think it'd have a lingering effect. So I say it's absolutely reality.
I say it's reality as well. And this is the guy who picked the LSU Tigers to lose in the national championship game. I have them winning the SEC, but if they lose this game, they could still run through the SEC and end up winning it. But it would still be really hard to buy into them as a true contender, losing to a Florida team that, coming off a just as shocking of a loss as we've seen so far this year to those South Florida Bulls. By the way, South Florida, only team in the country to have beaten 2 ranked teams so far. They knock off Boise State in week 1, big time. They were 25, still ranked. But then, Florida was 13 when they beat them last week, and USF got paid $500,000 to win. And then that same week, Army got paid over $1 million to go into Manhattan and beat Kansas State.
That's right. And New Mexico getting paid $1.2 million to beat UCLA.
Just that UCLA one. I went to bed before it ended, and just seeing the final score this morning, I think it was going to be tough for UCLA in the Big Ten, over more so than Oregon or Washington or USC. But I didn't think it would be this ugly. This is an impressive amount of struggling that they are doing over there in the Big Ten. Now, LSU is only a 6.5-point favorite in this game. So there is still some belief in Florida, at least from a betting perspective, on the road to be about a touchdown dog. But still, I think LSU wins this game. It wasn't one of our pick'ems. I do think LSU will win. I'm still buying in on them. But if they lose, I'm going to pretty much lose all faith that I would possibly have in them.
From a coaching perspective, I remember my father in his coaching reigns at the D2 level, sometimes an early loss could be that wake-up call where he didn't have to get in guys' faces and shake their face masks. He could point to the tape and say, you guys think you're this good and you lost to USF. And I'm wondering if the Gators can have, it will go one of two ways. It will be you plummet because you lost an early one to USF team, or a wake-up call and they put their best foot forward this week.
All right, moving on. Or college football overreaction reality. I always want to say NFL overreaction reality because that's what Kevin of the KNC Masterpiece does, and I've kind of stolen this segment from him. College football overreaction to reality. Clemson's struggles are more than just a slow start to their season.
Ooh, I'm inclined to say reality, and that pains me. And if Brennan was still here, he would agree with me on that as well, because we were sold this Clemson team is back and taking a big step forward. And I guess it's not fair to say back because they went to the college football playoff last year, but
back in a way that they're a national title
contender. Back,
they were in the playoff last year as the 12th seed.
Right.
They were the lowest seed
in
the CFP. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's a reality, and it stems from the inability, and this is a football cliche, and I apologize, but their upfront offensive line, it's just have not shown the ability to create any kind of movement, and that just has a trickle-down effect to your entire offense.
Yeah, that was, I guess, maybe something that we had kind of ignored going into the season was Clemson's offensive line, and we just assumed because they have so many good pieces on defense and so many good playmakers on offense, they're going to overcome that, especially in the offseason. You look at the ACC and kind of how we don't really think they're going to be super – it's not as deep as, say, an SEC or a Big Ten might be. But that's come to rear its ugly head through these first two games. And being down 16-3 at home to Troy in your second game of the season, like that's supposed to be a tune-up game. You know, they ended up winning that game, so good for them, but still, like that's concerning. And you do hold Troy scoreless in the second half. You do end up winning comfortably, but I'm still going to go overreaction because I think they have the rest of the season to figure it out. And they won this game, and they have, you know, a big chance to prove themselves today against Georgia Tech. But if they lose this game today, yep, I would say that's kind of a wrap. Sitting at 1-2, and then already with an ACC loss, it would kind of be akin to the Cade Klubnik's first year as the starter at Clemson. All right, overreaction or reality, college football style. Every weekend in the sport, we need a big rivalry game. And I say this because of the NC State-Wake Forest game on Thursday night. That was a ton of fun. Those are, you know, may not be this national rivalry, but it's still, you get into the nitty-gritty of the sport and you get into some of the more regional rivalries. It's really fun to buy in on those and just pick one side and just, you know, start rooting for a team that you have absolutely no interest in. And then tonight we have LSU Florida, not maybe the most popular rivalry in the SEC, the one most people look forward to, but still a big-time rivalry. Every weekend of this sport, there needs to be like a primetime rivalry game.
I'm going to give you a fan answer first on Fan University.
A fan, sir. If you will.
I love it. I'm also going to give you the former player coach, which we can roast me all you want at 877-881-1053. It's been 2 hours and 11 minutes before I said I played D2 football. But the rivalry thing, you get so amped up, and this one means a little bit more, and everything else, I think some of that really is overplayed from a player. It doesn't change the way you play and the way you prepare. And if it does, that's a problem. But one of the best coaches I ever played for would almost have like a laughing comedic approach to, it's our rival this week. We're going to really try to win this game. You try to win every game. You do everything you can. So from that perspective, no. But selfishly, I am a fan now. I'm washed. I am old. And from a fan's perspective, yes, we absolutely need it because that's what the sport is built on, pure hatred.
I'm leading reality too, and this is coming from a dude who was a huge fan of that Thanksgiving weekend, the final weekend of the regular season in college football, where it seemed like every major rivalry was happening. Pretty much the only ones that didn't happen that weekend, OU Texas, Georgia Florida, those are a little earlier in the season, but your big time rivalries happen that final week. At this point with the sport and the way that the schedules are set up, the way that the conferences are so massive now, if it works to get these games throughout the season, I'm 100% here for it because it was so much fun. Even week 0 this year, having Kansas State, Iowa State, it was in Ireland, but that's a big regional rivalry for them. That was a awesome way to kick off the season. So I'm 100% in on having more of these games throughout the season. Who knows if it'll happen or not? I know a lot of the out-of-conference games are scheduled years in advance. Like, for instance, today OU is playing at Temple, which is just a very weird scene to see Oklahoma, a Power 4 program with a ton of prestige, playing at Temple, which is has been one of the bottom-rung teams of the American for about the last decade. So these games are scheduled. This game was scheduled in 2016, I believe. So these games are scheduled a long time in advance. But if that's what it takes to figure this out, absolutely, man.
And you made the point about non-conference rivalry games where it can be more of a challenge with teams moving to a 9-game conference schedule. But the hatred, I can always go back to that word, which maybe says more about me than anything else. But the backyard brawl that we're seeing today is another one. I had the chance to go to that game last year in Pittsburgh, and West Virginia Pitt hate each other. They say eat, bleep, Pitt.
Yeah, it's like I said, the regional nature of it, I think, is something you can really buy into as a neutral fan. So, but you mentioned conferences going to 9-game schedules, all 4 of the power conferences trying to be balanced. In that way, a lot of them are going to require their teams to play at least one other power conference team each year. You can't have 3 FCS opponents you play out of conference and then only play your conference schedule. You're going to need, if you're an SEC team, you'll have to play someone from the Big Ten, from the Big 12, from the ACC, what may have you. So in that regard, Oklahoma State, it is a damn shame that the schools can't agree on an out-of-conference matchup for that.
That's one. Oh, we need that one. I mean, that's got to kill you.
I look forward to that game every year because it's a great game and OU always wins. Because if you look at the history of that game, Oklahoma State's won 20 or something times like that. So if that's what it takes, looking at it years in advance, I think that's something that absolutely needs to happen. Now, Jake, will you hand me that there cut sheet? I forgot to bring mine in because I do have a cut I would like to play. 9 years ago, we had one of the most fun plays. I remember it happening live, and it happened this past week 9 years ago. It was another kind of weird power conference at a smaller school game. It was Mississippi State at Louisiana Tech, and this disaster of a red zone play happened for the Bulldogs.
And then a terrible snap. Smith is going to have to go all the way back. He didn't secure it. It's still loose. It's still loose. Rolling all the way back. This ball is still loose inside the 20. Who wants the football? It is finally recovered by Louisiana Tech back at the 7. The greased pig off the snap. If you said this first half was bananas, that play summarizes it all. Loss of 87 yards before Powell finally gets on it. Get out the calculator for 4th and goal on this one. My goodness.
That ended up being a 3rd and 93. That's how many yards Louisiana Tech would have needed to go to score there. So that was a 2nd down within the Mississippi State's 10-yard line. Then the video is just glorious. I hope fans can go and watch this. I'll retweet it at CFree1053 so you guys can see it. But bad snap, Mississippi State players, Louisiana Tech players running after it. It's kicked like 2 or 3 times as they're trying to pick it up. It looks like an Abbott and Costello routine with the way that they're running after the football. It's recovered at Louisiana Tech. And Louisiana Tech, I guess, they recovered it. It's not like they turned the ball over. But, yeah, that was 3rd and goal from the Louisiana Tech 7.
Incredible. Just the loss of 87 or whatever it is.
That was so important. Like, you need to understand it was literally a football field worth of a loss that they lost on that play. So just had to pay some respects to that as we close out Carter's Corner.
I love it. That's Carter's Corner. You hear it every Saturday here on Fan University. And coming up next, we continue the coverage all across the college football scene. Joining us will be the Miami Hurricanes Radio Network post-game host. He also does some work for Locked On Canes. It's Alex Dono. That's next on Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Beck's 5 for his last 5 for 36 yards, 12 for 19 total. Under pressure, off his back foot, up for grabs,
was such an awesome catch.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, it might have been the catch of the year already in week number 1. That was right away.
And you had the Ohio State against Texas, the Carnell Tate catch where he had to readjust midair and catch it too. Like, there were a ton of awesome one-handed, two-handed, whatever may have you catches already this season. We're only 2 weeks in.
No doubt about that. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Rietma alongside Carter Freeman. We got Jacob Ray on the ones and twos, working hard and keeping us on the air, doing a great job. We've got Alex Dono, the post-game host of the Miami Hurricanes radio network, getting set to join us here on Fan University. And before we take a deep dive into previewing that Miami Hurricanes South Florida matchup, Carter, I don't really believe my eyes what's happening on Lake Michigan or next to Lake Michigan right now. Northwestern actually looking okay.
They are not down 2 plays into the game like Oklahoma State was last week. It took 2 plays for Oregon to bust off like a 70-yard touchdown run against Oklahoma State and going up, really early in that game. So yes, to Northwestern's credit, they're at midfield, right? Or they're close to midfield, just converted a 4th down. And that's what's going to take for Northwestern, especially if they're running trick plays like they just ran now, which didn't end up amounting to anything. But yeah, look, the Wildcats off to a better start than the Pokes were last week.
Yeah, there you go. And just when I think my picks, I'm starting to feel better about them, I go Oregon to cover 27.5, and we are squared away.
I noticed that
nothing.
You were picking what Brendan and I were picking. You were like, oh, these guys are like 500, so you need to get some wins in there. So I saw you're going with what we were going with early there.
Very, very, very true. You caught me. Oklahoma up 8-0 over Temple, and Clemson and Georgia Tech squared away at 0-0. Georgia Tech had it on the goal line on a 4th and 2. Clemson stopped them, but the Yellow Jackets already have the ball back and are facing a 4th and 3.
And I feel bad picking Clemson now because they're wearing their purple jerseys today. And I know purple is a color that Clemson uses relatively frequently, but it's an accent for them. Orange is what I think of with Clemson.
Right.
Clemson's road whites, I think that's a really good look. So for them to go with the purple in this game, I'm questioning my pick already.
Well, we are efforting to get Alex Dono on here in just a moment here on Fan University to preview Miami against South Florida. But Carter, while we've got a little bit of time, we haven't checked in on the all-important September Heisman race quite yet on Fan University. And when you have a September Heisman race, that's always most important as you put the Oklahoma hat on.
Let me get properly dressed here for the leading Heisman contender right now, Johnny Mateer.
There you go. His stock is soaring right now, and a lot of that has to do with a big performance against Michigan on national TV. And he looks the part. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, and Mateer was awesome on a national stage last week. He looks like the kind of guy that can lead an offense coupled with the defense that OU has that can make them a contender in the SEC. He was basically the entirety of the offense last week too, because OU could not run the ball worth a lick with their running back. So Ben Arbuckle, the OU offensive coordinator, decided, well, Mateer's running really well. Let's just keep running him. He ran 17, 18 times in that game, and he was awesome. So Mateer's definitely at the top right now. Even to that point, I still don't think we have a player like Ashton Genty or Travis Hunter that really totally separated themselves after the first couple weeks like last season. Like Garrett Nussmeier, in my weekly rankings, I still kept him at number 1 because I think that Clemson win on the road is still going to be really, really valuable for LSU as a contender and Nussmeier as a singular player. Mateer skyrocketed up there too, but even like Devin Dampier, he had a good game against an FCS opponent. I do want to highlight Sawyer Robertson at Baylor is passing the ball like nobody else at the Power 4 level. I think the only guy with more passing yards than him right now is Western Kentucky's quarterback, and they've played 3 games. And that's not against SMU and Auburn. So what Sawyer Robertson's done so far this year, he's the only reason Baylor has even been competitive because of how poor that the defense has been.
Yeah, the numbers are insane. And when I believe you posted this or retweeted it or something, his just the breakdown of his numbers, I immediately thought, okay, if he's going to win the Heisman, it's got to be the type of effort that we saw from Jaden Daniels at LSU, and the way that even though LSU wasn't a national champion contender, because he was that good, it allowed for the really, you had to give him the Heisman.
Yeah, he did things that had never been done from a running and passing level at a quarterback in college football, right? Like his numbers were that much better than the next guy. Though that season, I would have given my vote to Michael Penix. If I had a vote, Michael Penix from Washington threw for almost 5,000 yards in college. He 100% and took that team to a Pac-12 title, the final Pac-12 football title as we knew it. I think he should have won it that year. But yes, for Sawyer Robertson to stay in this, he's going to have to keep passing for 400, 415, 430 yards a game with no interceptions. And right now, I believe it's 7 touchdowns, 0 picks. And they needed every bit of that against SMU last week as they were down 2 scores with about, I think it was around 8 minutes left in that game.
Yeah, he orchestrated the comeback.
Yeah, and then was flawless in overtime as well. And just, I don't think he's getting enough conversation on the national level just because his numbers, passing wise, are that much better than most other quarterbacks right now.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. The early slate of college football off and running. Jake Riepma alongside Carter Freeman talking Heisman Trophy. And Arch Manning is, of course, at the forefront of that conversation right here in the great state of Texas. His stock has certainly taken quite the hit, and with the entire state of Texas around that program, it's wait and see. Okay, a couple of more, lollipop games type of thing before we really get into the meat and teeth of the Longhorn schedule. But right now, as promised, helping us preview one of the biggest matchups this afternoon, you've got the Miami Hurricanes taking on Southern Florida and the Bowl, South Florida. And joining us now to give us the preview, the host of the Miami Hurricanes postgame show on the Hurricanes Radio Network, also does Locked On Canes, Alex Dono. Thank you for your patience and efforting through the one-of-a-kind technology here at 105.3 The Fan and Odyssey. I know we're a little bit short for time, so how are you? How are the vibes and getting ready for Hurricanes Bulls?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. And, yeah, of course, the last couple of weeks with what USF has done, upsetting Boise State and then upsetting Florida at the Swamp has made this game a lot more interesting than we thought. And, of course, Miami getting their season-opening win against Notre Dame has turned this into a top 20 matchup.
Well, Alex, looking at this game, I know South Florida has won. They're the only team in the country that's won 2 ranked games so far, beaten 2 ranked opponents. They could add a third today. But the difference between what Miami brings in the trenches and what Florida or Boise State brought in the trenches, I think, is just that much different. Can you talk to me about both the offensive line and how good it's looked so far and the defensive line headed by Ruben Bain for the Hurricanes?
Yeah, this is probably the best offensive line I've seen at the Miami Hurricanes probably since like 03, 04, like going way back to when they had like Eric Winston and Vernon Carey anchoring their offensive line. I mean, the unit is even slightly better, I think, than it was last year based on some of the top players like Francis Maui-Noa on the right side and Markel Bell on the left side being, older and even more mature and experienced than they were last year. They're going to, if things go well, they're going to give Carson Beck a lot of time to throw the football as they did in their first couple of games. And then the defensive line has, it's lived up to the billing. Last season they were inconsistent on the D-line, and part of it was Ruben Bain he missed almost 5 games due to injury last year, including the USF game he missed last season. And even when he came back midway through the year, wasn't really fully healthy. Bain has been one of the top graded defensive linemen in the entire country so far. Akeem Mesidor on the other edge has done a great job. So I think Miami really needs to lean into their advantages on both lines of scrimmage in this game, because something I couldn't help but notice in Florida's loss a week ago to USF was I don't think Florida leaned on their running game enough, despite having some success with Jaden Baugh behind the offensive line when they did run the ball. I thought that they got too cute with their play calling. They got away from it too much. I wouldn't expect Miami to do that if the running game is working. If Miami's running game is working behind really a 3-headed backfield behind that offensive line with Mark Fletcher, Jordan Lyle, and Marty Brown. Now, I think the Hurricanes are, not to say they're never going to throw a pass or anything like that, but I think the Hurricanes are going to lean into the running game as the foundation today.
Alex Dono is with us on Fan University. You can follow him on Twitter at Alex Dono. He's the host of Locked On Canes. Also does Locked On ACC, which we love. And, of course, the post-game host for the Miami Hurricanes. And getting you set for this matchup against USF, I, for one, and I don't think I'm the only one, was very, very impressed with Carson Beck. And again, I know it's a one-game sample size. Let's try not to overreact. But the way Miami has looked, albeit very, very early, it felt nationally there was just a conversation where Carson Beck was just left to kind of, I don't want to, get too graphic here, but kind of left to die at Miami and just kind of, that was the end of his career type of thing. But he has shown that he's still got it.
Yeah, all that offseason rhetoric, before I had a chance to watch him practice, it worried me a little bit because I heard what people in Athens and around Athens were saying about him, kind of made it sound like he wasn't, really a competitor and not that serious about football. But that couldn't be farther from what he's been since he arrived at Miami. And it was kind of a slow start for him physically when he got to the U in January because he was coming off the elbow surgery from December. And so he, wasn't fully cleared to throw until even right after spring football, late April, early May. So he went through off-season workouts. And then from when I got to watch him in fall practice, I mean, he looked fantastic, and it looked like it fit like a glove right away. I think that the offensive OC, Shannon Dawson, is really a perfect fit for Beck. I think being able to, and it's weird to say this about Georgia because they've had such a great team for so many years, but their offensive line kind of had a down year last year, and their running game, same thing. So I think he's enjoyed, the offensive line he's played behind. And he, so far, I think the most impressive stat to me about Carson to this point is 0 turnover-worthy throws, according to Pro Football Focus, because taking care of the football was something he did struggle with at UGA last year with his 12 interceptions. But I also think Beck has some extra motivation. He heard the things that were said about him. He heard all the doubters out there. And I think he's got a bit of a spark under him that maybe he hasn't had since 2023. He's built really fast chemistry with his receivers because it's really only been a few months he's been able to throw to them. And if you see the on-field chemistry he's got with C.J. Daniels, who's got 3 touchdown grabs already, and true freshman Malachi Toney, who leads the team in receiving so far, it feels like he's been at Miami for longer than the several months he's been here.
Well, it definitely helps when your receivers catch the ball because that's something that Georgia struggled with big time last year. Okay, Alex, really quickly, someone who I have questions about, Mario Cristobal. What's the vibe like with him in his 4th year at Miami? I think he can lose you a game, but the way he's recruited and the way they've looked through 2 games, Miami looks like the real deal this year.
Yeah, and of course, you're referencing some of those late game decisions, the issues he's had, Miami, especially against Georgia Tech 2 years ago, had some at Oregon as well. I mean, the thing, he's obviously an elite recruiter and an elite program builder. I also think that kind of the underrated part of what he does is his teams are always incredibly prepared throughout the week. So again, it's where he's run into issues in the past has been some of those final 2-minute crunch time type of decisions on, timeouts taken or not taken and running the ball when you should be kneeling the ball. He prepares his teams incredibly well when it comes to focusing. And I also, with some of those last-minute things, I know he's self-aware about it, and he does try to delegate more. He's got a different protocol now than he had a couple of years ago, which is when he had his last serious issue with that. So he is trying to evolve, and I guess the more close games you're in and the more times we see these situations, he's got an opportunity to prove himself, and you have to wonder if it's going to come down to something like that today. I don't necessarily expect that to be the case because Miami has a lot of physical advantages against UCF, but maybe we'll see some more of those crunch time opportunities throughout the year, but it is something he is aware of and he's been working on.
Alex Dono, the host of the Miami Hurricanes post-game show and Locked On Canes, joining us on Fan University. I know our time was a little bit abbreviated, which just means we got to do it again, man. We so appreciate you hopping on Fan University, and let's have some fun this afternoon for your Canes.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'd love to do it again anytime, and hopefully Miami keeps winning and you guys keep calling.
There we go. There he goes. Alex Dono. You can follow him on Twitter at Alex Dono. We will tie a bow on Fan University and crosstalk with Fred and Blake as the early slate of games are well underway. And we are just about ready to pass the baton on to the Fan After Dark on a Saturday here on 105.3 The Fan.
to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Remo alongside Carter Freeman, getting you set for the college football weekend, and more importantly, getting ready to hand off the baton to Fred and Blake. You guys will be holding it down all afternoon, getting us ready.
Let's not say all afternoon. 2.5 hours.
There you go.
2.5 hours.
Then we got Rangers baseball, right?
That's exactly right.
There we go. There we go.
Pretty good winning streak for those Rangers right now.
I was just about to say, I'm going to have to turn the Fan University hat off and get right back into baseball. A little DeGrom-ination last night.
I like that.
Did you guys see the stat that the 8 runs the Rangers scored for DeGrom at Citi Field last night were the most runs that had ever been scored for DeGrom in a start in that ballpark?
It doesn't surprise me because I was listening to Eric Nadel talk to G-Bag yesterday as part of his weekly hit with them, and it was his 200th career start, I think, yesterday or something along those lines, and you figure he had 183, I think, with the Mets. 82 wins in 183 starts.
Yeah, now, they'd lose games 2-0 or 2-1.
I think he had like 50 losses or something like that. But, we think about how great DeGrom has been. But, with this 12-7 record, it's literally a microcosm of what his career's been like.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, that dude's a shutdown type pitcher, but either A, he just doesn't get good run support or just gets a lot of no decisions.
That's how Yu Darvish used to be a decade ago here with the Rangers. He'd be awesome and he'd get 2 or 3 runs, and they'd lose a lot of games with him.
Got a baseball pitching question for you gentlemen. Now that we're on DeGrom, who's
Brett Saberhagen,
one of the best pitchers that we've ever seen. If you're building your perfect pitcher in a lab, video game, real life, whatever it may be,
does he get to take steroids?
What is the one quality that you gentlemen want? That's the first thing I want. I want him to have Paul Skeen's fastball. I want him to have this guy's clutch factor.
Yeah.
I want to have this guy availability, whatever it is.
This is gonna
any player ever.
This is probably gonna have me hated on the fan text line because it was my childhood, my formative years, and then he went on to play for a different team in the state of Texas and win a World Series there. But Justin Verlander's presence. And I know you can't even quantify it, but
I like that answer.
When he stepped on the mound, opposing hitters, you could visibly see them tremble. And it was everything else is Arsenal in that he had it all, but just that presence of him staring in your soul, he just dominated for so long.
I want to give mine before any of y'all steal it, and then I have no answer. I'm going to go Mariano Rivera. When it's a close game and you can hand the ball off to him and there's a 9 out of 10 chance you're going to win. It's probably even higher.
Well, he'll throw the same pitch over and over and it just works.
Yeah, but
probably that. That's a good feeling because baseball games are tight. Get to the playoffs. And the ball
you only got him for 1 inning though.
That's my only.
That's
all you need.
That's all I need.
That's
how good my bats are. I got the Rangers.
Look,
that's how good my bats are.
And when the Rangers have had a different closer every season since Joe Nathan left in 2014, we could use some consistency in the 9th inning.
Give me Greg Maddox's location.
Oh, did you read the text?
That was going to be mine. I should have gone first.
Somebody just texted that in. The 682 said Maddox's command.
And we don't even have our computers on.
No, we don't. I don't even look at him half the time anyway. But no, give me Greg. Because Greg Maddox was what, 5'10", 5'11". He wasn't a big dude. He didn't have just overpowering stuff. But if he told you he was going to go in that bottom left hand corner of the box, that's where it was going to go. And he did it time and time again. He was just filthy with it. So that's mine.
Well, if I can't have that, and they call it the Maddox, right? Because he would dot it you put in the perfect spot and throw complete games 88 pitches. And Nathan Eovaldi for the Rangers threw a couple of those earlier this year, and it was just beautiful to see because you don't see those anymore.
Those Braves pitching staffs, it's criminal that they won 1 World Series.
Yeah, it's insane.
I know because they played for a couple, but they only won. They won their first one. Right?
They won
95.
15 they won divisions in a row.
Yeah.
They were always, and it wasn't like they were underachieving. They were always there. They just couldn't do it.
Couldn't get over the hump.
I'll go with Nolan Ryan's longevity. Just having a guy around for that long.
Is
be
it
that
longevity or is it longevity?
Longevity.
No, I want his longevity. Whatever.
Did you pull a Blake?
Yeah, I think I did.
Did Blake just correct you on a word?
I think he did.
Put it in the history books.
Longevity, whatever it is. That's what I want.
Mark this day in fan history.
Oh, my
It will
goodness.
forever be remembered that on September 13th, Carter Freeman's grammar was corrected by Blake Elliott.
I think Blake walking in the room half asleep, like he's half asleep, and then I'm the other half asleep. So somehow that just kind of just emanated towards
brain
me.
stuff is working.
Well, we also I'm over here I would take that too. You know,
Like, why did that sound a little funky coming out?
Longevity. That's right. Look,
Please go ahead and mark that. Thank you.
Nolan Ryan was. You forget he was on that miracle Mets team in like 1969, and he pitched all the way until 93.
Have you guys seen that creepy wax figure of him at Shields? By the way,
yes, him and Emmett Smith have one out there.
I haven't seen the Emmett Smith
You pointed
one.
the very wrong way. It's actually up there. You were pointing towards the State Fair. The colony's up that way. Wherever it is.
Whichever direction it is.
Yes, I have
Wild.
seen that.
It's a little unsettling.
oh my goodness.
You're just looking at jerseys and tumblers, and all of a sudden Nolan Ryan's talking to you.
After you get done, there's like a little bowling alley there, and then next thing you know, that's exactly right.
I hate to ask back-to-back baseball questions, but it is, the Rangers are surging right now. They've been really fun to watch, and I haven't got a chance to talk to you guys.
Still 2 games out, though.
Hey, I feel good, though. I feel good. But my question is the one that everyone's been asking. If they continue to play the way they're playing, do you yank those guys for your veterans? I'm not really thinking about Corey Seager. I think all of us can agree you put Corey Seager if you make the playoffs, whatever. I'm talking about the other guys that have been kind of in and out of the lineup, helping you here, the Adolases, Bird, Simeon. Yeah. How do you work through that when Cody Freeman, Dylan Moore, Haggard, Hellman, excuse me, all these guys have been contributing, young guys, different guys, new guys to the program. Do you keep them in there, or do you go, hey, these guys are vets? Even though the only reason we're in the postseason is because of what these little rascals did.
I have long argued that baseball managers never get enough credit for lineup manipulation or the creativity with a lineup, because a lot of people think of baseball managers as like the old guy sitting there half asleep, and I do think there's so much to be said about it. I would say you got, and that's what makes Bochy a Hall of Famer, is knowing what that combination is, because I don't think it's 100% one way, 100% the other way. It's finding what that perfect combination is, because those guys are too good not to have in the lineup.
Who from the Little Rascals, Carter, has to be in this lineup if they make the postseason? Like, say they continue doing what they're doing. Obviously, not anybody falls off a cliff. Who are you seeing on this team right now? They're like, hey, they weren't somebody that we projected to be in the playoff roster, but this guy has to be there no matter where he's at.
Got to be Michael Hellman, right? I mean, he single-handedly won you a couple games against Milwaukee, the best team in baseball, or at least the team with the best record. So, and if they get you to the postseason, I want them playing. And I think it's a benefit because you allow, like, you don't have to rush Simeon back. You don't have to have him in the lineup game 1 of a wild card or ALDS, because you have these guys who have been performing. So you don't have to, make sure he's in the lineup instantly.
Do we remember Marcus Simeon wasn't great during the World Series run in the postseason?
Up until like the final 2 or 3 games of the World Series, he struggled.
He was phenomenal in the regular season, but he wasn't some guy that was carrying a team in the postseason.
You could argue that's been his last 2 years.
I know, but I'm saying I think a lot of people go back, well, Blake, he did this in 2023. He was phenomenal in the regular season.
So what have you done for me lately, world?
I mean, it's been a while.
He was good for May, June, and July, but April and August.
He batted, what, 350 or something crazy like that from mid-May to late June, and then he's kind of fallen back to earth. I don't think it's a question of who stays and who goes. I mean, Seager's a no-brainer, right? And the only reason he's out is because of the appendectomy anyway. But what you have now is guys that they're not going to be overwhelmed by the moment. I think that's what you've learned, right? Because Osuna was not great to start the year, okay? And now he's had some moments for you. And let's not forget, Hellman's 29.
Yeah,
he's a 29-year-old rookie. Okay, so it's not like this guy's some tried and true. It's not like he's a Kevin Pillar who had been in baseball for a decade plus. So I think to me, it's less about great. Who do you have to worry about putting the lineup in? No. Now you've just got an abundance of riches. Whereas before, to your point, Jake, about lineup manipulation, you were just trying to. You were throwing crap on a wall and seeing what would stick.
Right now you've
got guys that look, Berger's finally hitting. All right, Peterson has shown he's not anemic anymore. Right, and Adolis. All right, I mean, look, as long as it's Houston, great. If not, hey, go back to being a pinch hitter.
Fan University right here at 105.3 The Fan. We would be remiss if we didn't get into what you guys got coming up.
What do
on
we
the
have on the show?
program?
Great question.
Longevity, right?
Longevity.
If Tim and Gavin are listening, we're just going to mail it in for 2.5 hours. I kid. We're not. No, look, we've got some audio from our boy Bobby Belt. He was out there at the Star yesterday, gave us some great audio, so we're going to play some of that. Jaden Blue, Shoddy commented on Jaden Blue and whether or not he's going to play and kind of what's going on with there. We've got audio from Kenny Clark, Javonte Williams, and then, of course, Dak and CD. And we may do a little totals on the telephone as well. So big show, 2.5 hours, taking you up until Rangers and Mets.
Love it. He's Blake Elliott. We've got Freddie Davis and Carter Freeman, Jake Riepma right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for tuning in to Fan University. We'll see you next Saturday. And as always, turn it on, leave it on here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has posted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a Saturday afternoon. It is, September 13th. We got another week left of summer. The summer solstice is, the autumn solstice hits next Sunday. So everybody get ready for that. And, you have said on literally every show.
Every chance I can.
Every chance. You've said it to people that you serve at your restaurant. You'll say it to homeless people on the street.
Yep.
They all they want is your spare change. And you're like, you know what? I'll give you some, but have I told you what my favorite season is and why it's my favorite season? The reason I say that is because last night we had Blake Elliott, who was at the Hebron-Lancaster game. Shout out to Lancaster, by the way. They are balling. Should have beaten North Crowley week 1.
Okay, now you're more tapped in with the high school scene right now.
It's week 3. Me and Steve were talking about this last night. It's because I'm every other week this year because of obviously my son's playing football. It's his last year of high school football, so and of course we've just been busy with the show and other things going on too. So I'm gearing up and getting back into it. But no, Lancaster should have beaten North Crowley week 1.
My question that I was going to have to you is, it was homecoming for Hebron,
which seems early in week 3, right?
Now that I feel like my homecoming was always around October-ish.
That's what I'm saying. Like week 3 seems a little early. By the way, we got the one, the only Deion.
Who are the 5 best rappers of all time? Think about it. Deion, and Deion. Because I spit hot fire.
Okay, I'm glad you played that. All right, for a couple of reasons. One, now people can understand where I've gotten this from.
I think they just thought you didn't know his name.
No, because I've had people text into the show, quit saying his name like that, you idiot. Which I think the idiot's a bit strong. But that said, wouldn't be the first time I've been called an idiot. Probably won't be the last. But now you guys
definitely won't be the last.
Would definitely. Okay, Dylan, that's enough out of you. Now you know why.
All right, turn the mic back off. Just play it, Dylan.
Now you know why I call him Deion. Because of the Chappelle skit.
What a text. Someone said Cliff Lee strike percentage. What's
the one thing you want in a pitcher?
I mean, that's like a deep pull. It's not bad. I'm just saying it's a little obscure.
That's you're a real baseball knower. If that's the stat or the attribute that you want in your pitcher.
That's like me saying Malik Beasley 2024 3-point shooting percentage. Like 10 years from now.
What's your ideal 3-point shooter look like?
Like 10 years from now.
Yeah, well, you don't want Malik Beasley's gambling habit, that's for sure.
But I was going to say, usually when it's a homecoming game, talking about Hebron High School.
Yes, back to Hebron High School, who took another L last night.
Yeah, not a good look. And
1-2 to start the year.
Don't you usually schedule someone that's not a cupcake, but usually one of the easier opponents on it because you got you got all the family, you got all the people in the crowd, you got homecoming court. You want a good vibe.
So in college,
we did it in our high school. Like that was one of our easiest games every year. Was you would do it for homecoming.
Yeah,
because you're going to win in front of all your fans.
Well, look, if you're from Lancaster,
I think it's Lancaster. Isn't it Lancaster?
Yeah, it's. I know the pronunciation. Lancaster.
Yeah. Just think of it like Lank. Aster.
Like with a K instead of a C.
Yeah, I think the C does. So it's like
Lancaster.
Lancaster.
If you're part Irish, Lancaster with the win last night to beat Hebron 27-20. The lassies couldn't hang with the boys. We drank a pints after to celebrate the win. I mean, that's what
it sounds like you're doing a reality TV show. Like all the hosts sound like that.
But they got the win last night.
Well, you get eliminated from the island tonight.
What a way to spoil homecoming.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and the fans were, it was sad because they got the interception with 50 seconds left, and we're driving it. I literally looked at.
They went Larry Brown on him, is what you're saying.
Looked in the crowd. It's like it was a minute 20. One timeout, chance to go tie the game at homecoming, and they're marching the ball down the field. Kids making hard catches, quarterbacks throwing hospital balls, student sections going crazy. just for them to get down to the 5-yard line and choke the game away. But
let's see real quick. Let's see what Lancaster's been like the last couple of years, because that'll give you an idea. Because if you're,
someone said I'm wrong. Someone said it is. I don't know. Is it Lancaster or Lancaster?
It's definitely It's not Lancaster. It's not like.
So someone said that we were saying it wrong.
I'm sure we were. Okay, I'm sure we were. All right. I'm sure there's somebody from Lancaster that knows exactly how to say it. That's been saying it like that.
Can you say "Shiver Me Timbers"?
Shiver Me Timbers. This much we do know. They're 1-2. Okay, and you know what? That was their first win of the year. Now, that said,
they did not look bad.
Well, and here's the thing about Lancaster.
Their quarterback and running back was the size of the defensive tackles for Hebron.
Well, that tells you all you need to know.
They're running the Eagles offense.
Okay, think about it this way. No shame in Lancaster. Why? Because they lost to North Crowley, defending state champions, 18-22, in a game they should have won. Yeah. Then they lose to Aledo. No shame in that, 18-0, and then they took care of your boys from Hebron last night, 27-20.
No, their quarterback has, and mind you, I'm at the 50-yard line pretty high up.
Listen to you.
But I would say this kid had to be like 6'4". This quarterback, this kid was huge.
Dude, I'll tell you what, that's a brutal district, by the way, that they've got. You've got DeSoto. You've got Duncanville, who, by the way, we're 3 weeks in. Duncanville's played one football game. Lancaster, Mesquite, Mesquite-Horn, and Waxahachie. And by the way, you've got DeSoto, who is 0-2 to start the year. They got blasted by a school from Georgia, who they had blasted the year before, and then they got beat last week by, I think, South Oak Cliff.
South Oak Cliff is good this year.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. As I was.
They beat South Oak Cliff.
I'm sorry. South Oak Cliff got beat by Duncanville by a tutty, and then DeSoto got beat by North Crowley, I think, by a touchdown or by 9 points.
Look at the text that we just got.
What's that?
Do they think that we're talking in person? They said you have to see the text for it to make sense. They said
I've been logged out due to inactivity. Hold on.
It says it's Lancaster in Fort Worth. It's pronounced like Lancaster in Dallas. They just spell the exact same way. Like there's no like. I think they think we're talking in person and we can hear them saying it differently.
I don't know.
But they just typed Lancaster twice.
You can leave a voice message in the Odyssey app.
Because you figured out how to do it.
Yeah, we figured it out.
You figured out how to do
it. Someone be one person to do that. Send it in. If you're from Lancaster.
You know what? Let's just make it simple. If you're from Lancaster, 877-881-1053. Call us before the segment's over and tell us the correct pronunciation for Lancaster High School.
Because everyone's like texting in different things.
Guess what? I can only read words. Okay? Unless you do some phonetic spelling for it, I don't know what that means.
They're just all setting it the word.
Lancastr, Fred and Blake. For God's sake, spell it right. No, I don't know what that means. Okay, I don't know what that means.
Drew Mateer finna win the Heisman?
Okay, dude, they're first of all, they're beating Temple.
He's been beating everybody though, and he's looked good every week.
I'm not saying he won't, and I know we got. Do we think Carter Tolos?
Yeah. Carter Tolos? He's probably in the top 3, especially after. No, I'm saying Heisman. Heisman. I mean,
it's week 3. I'm not trying to besmirch my boy.
Somebody's got to be up there. I'm not saying like he's a runaway favorite. I'm just saying. He's definitely heavily in the conversation.
I'll tell you what. If you're an Oklahoma fan, and we know Carter Freeman is, we know the one, the only, the legendary Chris Arnold is. It's week 3.
They're trying to, but
you're beating Temple. Temple's terrible.
But
right,
they've got some good wins on the resume.
John Chaney ain't walking the door. Who? I mean, they got Michigan.
Yeah,
which we all agree is just good, not great.
But that's a good way you played. It was on your schedule. It's a good win.
I understand that, but I'm just saying you've beaten Michigan.
Who did they beat week 1?
I was going to say, I don't know if they beat anybody spectacular.
But John Mateer played really good in that game.
He did play
4
well.
tutties in that game.
In week 1. But it was
I was giving more Drew Mateer love rather than Oklahoma. I was just saying that.
No, he's been the best. Oh, hey, take one of these calls because we got people blowing up the phone line.
They?
Absolutely.
No, they're blowing them up.
You want them on, or you mean just ask them?
No, put them on.
Okay, we're going to put these people on. Here we go.
We need to hear for the sake of the DFW. We're trying to educate people here. We're a show of the people. Who is this?
Who is this? This is Dalen Johnson. I was calling to tell you what Lancaster is pronunciation.
Okay, and say that one more time.
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Why is it pronounced that way?
So. They say that the origin is based off, I guess, culture. So They say the people of the Caucasian variety say Lancaster. They say people of the chocolate variety say Lancaster. So, I guess it's based off culture.
Okay. So white folks are like Lancaster, and brothers are saying Lancaster.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, let's take another call. I want to see if they agree.
All right, we got another one. Take this next call. Appreciate you, Mr. Johnson. All right, who's on the line?
Yeah, is this the radio station?
This is the radio station. 105.3 The Fan. Who is this?
Yeah, this is Charles in Red Oak.
Okay, Charles in Red Oak.
Brother, Lancaster.
Lancaster?
Lancaster.
And why is it pronounced that way, sir?
No, not Lancaster. Lancaster.
And
everybody south of the Trinity says Lancaster.
Lancaster.
I like his direction. South of the Trinity.
I love it. That really puts a onus on
everybody that's south of the Trinity listening right now goes, this nods their head.
Lancaster. So it's almost like it's Langister.
Yeah, no, just take the N out,
Lancaster. Okay.
One more. Send us home.
One more time.
Man. Enjoy, y'all. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Lancaster.
Do we have one more call?
No.
Okay, they dropped.
That was it.
They heard it. They're nailing it.
They took care of it. Tolos and Fatties really.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Let me tell you something. We're a show of the people.
They played Illinois State week 1. Oklahoma.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and give John Mateer the Heisman because he beat up a mid-Michigan team.
What did Cade Klubnik do? Huh? When he had a chance to play a big time game.
Let me tell you something. After what we found out at the Sean Sharif summer party.
We'll keep it there.
Okay. Cade Klubnik is out. He's off my draft board. Okay. Off my draft board. If you know, you know. Who said that little nugget? Was that Bobby Belt or was that Zach Wolchuk?
Neither, but I'll tell you who it was off the air because it was neither of them. But we'll keep it there. We'll keep it there.
That's, we've said too much. Lancaster with the win yesterday.
DeCorian Moore, best true freshman in football. New guy Jake came in and said Ryan Williams watch. Ryan Williams was the big true freshman everyone was talking about. And now we got DeCorian Moore from Duncanville. Right?
Duncanville.
I think
you know how good that program is.
Huh?
That just tells you how good that program is. That you got a dude who
that is not an easy feat. That is not an easy feat.
Because the thing about Oregon is you're playing in the Big Ten now.
Yeah.
Right? Not to say that if you were playing the Pac-12 or everybody else, but I mean, you're and plus you're kind of off in an island. Yeah. Not only are you playing in the Big Ten, but you're off in the no man's land.
Think about how quickly you have to, I don't want to say put on weight because I'm sure he was took care of the weight room. That's a different, you're going to be playing Big Ten football on Saturdays.
You're playing against, because 4 years makes a difference.
Yeah, you're playing against some corner that's been here for 5 years, 4 years.
You saw what that Ohio State D secondary looked like.
And you're a true freshman.
That ain't DeSoto. That ain't Lancaster you're lining up against on Saturday.
Fresh 18, and all they care about is making it to the league, and they're trying to end your dream. And you come in as a true freshman, you're dominating week in and week out.
5-star at that too.
And another thing that me and Carter noticed, he's got number 1 on. Walk into Oregon,
wants all the smoke.
Walks into Oregon as a true freshman and gets the jersey number 1. That's what the kids call aura.
That's what we're talking about.
Or NIL.
Right here. But you know what? Well, NIL doesn't hurt too. But that's at Duncanville. That's at Duncanville Pride.
Because the quarterback, where's he at?
Keelan Russell's in Alabama. Yeah.
Ty Simpson. Maybe he can steal that job from him.
Although they looked a little bit better last week. But no, he's and the thing about Moore is I'm not going to say he's made it look easy, but he's made it look seamless. Right? He's not playing like a freshman, right? No. I mean, he looks very comfortable in that offense. So 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's do a little roll call today. Let us know. We did our mythical high school football show last night. But my point in all that was Blake texts me and tells me he's at the Hebron game last night. And so I said, hey, have you been there the whole game? What's your story? Call into the show tonight. Give us a little rundown of what you saw tonight. And Blake calls in 10:30, and I'm gonna tell you right now, chip off the old block. My man sounded like because you got your start covering high school football, correct?
Correct.
That's how you paved the way. Mm-hmm. And so my man hadn't covered a high school football game and technically wasn't covering the game last night. Was there to support his friend. I coerce him into calling into the show, and he does, and didn't miss a beat.
That was me walking from the stadium to the parking lot where I parked at. And
just dropping nugs.
And I would love for all the parents to chime in for this, 877-881-1053. Is it impossible to park at a high school football game now? I don't go to that many. I go to one every once in a while to support my boy Clay, who's, like I said, a coach at Hebron. And I got there 7:20. Game started at 7. Main parking lot completely full.
Well, that you knew.
Side auxiliary parking lot where it's like grass field.
Yeah.
Completely full.
Yeah.
Had to park in like a neighborhood, and let's just say I was a little weary to be parking in neighborhoods. Just leaving my car out. Like,
well, okay.
I don't want to get.
How big was the stadium? How many did it seat? If you had to guess, just spitball it.
I have
please.
zero.
Just give us a guess.
20,000.
Okay, so
that's way too much. 20,000.
Half a million. It's a lot of people there last night.
Okay, Can you look up Hebron High School
stadium capacity?
Okay, let me give you a new answer.
Text your boy Clay.
2,000. No, he's not having.
He's not hearing it today.
When we did the when they walk up to the edge of the gate, like parents are there and whatever, and like usually it was me, Clay's mom, and his girlfriend Haley. So we're all hanging out and we're letting them dap up. Obviously, I'm gonna let the girls go first and everything and be like, hey Clay, supporting. Right. Usually, what's up, bro? Let's go hang out. But I mean, he was not trying to.
I mean, they're 1 and 2.
Like, you kind of overestimated 9,500.
Okay,
9,500.
Twice. I mean, look, hey,
that's close.
It felt like it was 20,000. That's how loud the crowd was. Felt like it.
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Crowd. Mid.
Where was the game at?
At Hebron. It was their homecoming. I said that.
That's right. You said that.
Their band though.
Hype.
I love a good high school band that sets the stage. Like it was third down and they're playing like songs to get it
jamming.
out. Yeah. Okay. DJ was kind of crazy though. There was like a DJ. There was like
high school football's next level these days.
Well, like the PA announcer was like usually just keep it PA, like PA announcer.
Yeah.
And you just
no.
This guy was like trying to DJ in between. He's like, it's third down. Let me see you get rowdy, browdy. He's like doing beats and he's like trying to.
I'm here for it. By the way, shout out to my Louisville Fighting Farmers as well. Ranked 25th in the state, 6A. They got a big win last night against Rockwall as well. 28-21, I believe is the score. Either way, let's call it what it is. Hebron 1 and 2, rough start.
Wow.
Louisville 3-0. Oh, don't worry, we'll see you in district.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, real quick. Last thing, that district is loaded.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
They had to play Lancaster for the homecoming game.
You got Hebron, you got Lancaster, you got Marcus,
Capel,
whatever. Capel's loaded. Yeah. All right. You got Denton Geyer in that district. That district, it's going to be something special in that district. All right. Speaking of something special, our boy Bobby Belt got some great audio. He was out at the Star, talking to different Cowboys about the big game against the Giants on Sunday. We'll do a little totals on the telephone. We're going to do that at 1:20 today. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That's the phone number to chime in. You guys already know how that number works because you guys chimed in. Shout out to all our folks in Lancaster who shouted out the city as well. You guys are feeling good about your football team. But when we return, Jaden Blue, is it worth keeping him on your fantasy team, and why is he not getting reps? Plus, we hear from the newest Cowboy as well, and CD and Dak. Guess what? Don't worry about that game 1. They're going to be just right for game 2. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Our goal is to have you winning every...
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate that dial on from one of the guys from apparently, obviously, a North Crowley fan, said I was hating on North Crowley.
There was a lot of positive text. I think every text was positive.
I know there was, but I'm just saying, he goes, put some respect on our names. All I said was that you should have lost week 1. But you beat Geyer last night, 28-27. Backup quarterback comes in, gets the dub, 28-27, and then you handled your business against DeSoto in week 2.
You guys let your opinion be known. Can you name the very first Texas high school football co-champs? Hint 1920.
Yeah, I mean,
that was around your time period, Fred.
Dude, my grandpa wasn't even alive.
You probably got the paper on your front door that day.
Hey. Aren't you funny?
Star quarterback Fred Davis.
From the 903, I think our boy's getting us confused. Blake, I'm originally from Jasper.
I don't even know where Jasper is. Like,
that's how this starts.
Jasper,
Texas.
Where do I know that from, though?
Probably from the Reginald Byrd deal from back in the late 90s.
Do I?
I don't know. I'm spitballing here.
Jasper, is that I was thinking like a comic book character or like a cartoon character.
Maybe.
I feel like one of them was named Jasper or something.
I mean, it's possible. They also had one of the worst atrocities in
maybe that tornado
in American history.
Tornado?
No, it wasn't a tornado. It was not a tornado.
Are you not going to tell me what it is?
It was three basically racist white dudes who dragged a black guy, and he got decapitated.
Like yesterday, or
this was 1998. This was before.
That was a year before I was born.
This is before the internet really took off.
1998.
1998.
This is the year before I was born.
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, people that were alive back then. I mean, anybody that's my age remembers or older.
Is that all they're known for?
No, I mean, Jasper's an interesting city.
Hopefully, nobody from
it's a city. I want to say town.
Let's just change the subject.
I want to say
Decoria Moore for Oregon, the Duncanville grad, is just putting on a scene right now for the Oregon Ducks as Jake's Northwestern is starting to fall apart. I will say they kept it close, though. The fact that it's only 17-0 and we're at halftime, well, I mean, it was 28-0 against Oklahoma State. It was 28-0 versus Oklahoma State
in the first quarter.
In the first quarter, and you would hope most people would say Oklahoma State's better than Northwestern, but Northwestern, hey, 17-0 a half.
Scrappy group.
It was 7-0 after the first quarter.
Throw the records out when Oregon and Northwestern get together. Storied franchises and storied rivalries.
What's the game you're most excited for in college football, the college football scene today? Was it the nightcap? We have a good nightcap. We've got the.
Ooh.
What happened?
Yeah, that's all they're known for, Blake.
Florida LSU. Okay, I'm gonna mention these. Florida LSU at 6:30.
It's do or die for Florida.
Correct.
If Florida doesn't win,
LSU shouldn't lose, but they're afforded a loss. They've had a good start to the season. You want to win and kind of vouch yourself as at the top of the conference. But Texas A&M versus Notre Dame, for me, this is the biggest do or die game. If Notre Dame loses, they're done for. Because they play no one else the rest of the season.
Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Notre Dame has to win.
Their strength of schedule, their resume is going to look really bad if they go down 0-2. And they need this to beat A&M. Utah, Wyoming, nobody cares about that. Utah's going to rout them.
The fighting Josh Allens.
Now, this is a game on the CW network. And I don't think CW thought this would be a good football game when they got it on their network in the offseason. But this is going to be a banger game at 3:30. UCF versus Miami.
With the
2-0 squads.
Okay, especially considering the way UCF has come out of nowhere.
18th ranked UCF in the country, and Miami ranked 5th in the country.
No, I'd say that's an old school Florida battle right there.
Texas
a lot of these guys grew up playing against each other.
Texas UTEP. We'll see another Arch Manning throws for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns, and I'm on the Arch bandwagon. I'm just saying, like, the media is Arch back. I hated that. Even as a supporter of Arch.
I don't know if he's ever been here.
No, I hated that that every report, every outlet was saying that.
Jury's still
is
out
Arch back? Arch is hot. It's like, no, just Arch is doing what needs to be done. And until he plays in October, no one's going to really care about these football games. But the game that everyone's waiting for today, I think at least I am, SEC battled Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers versus the Georgia Bulldogs. This is in Tennessee.
Yeah.
You've got Joey Aguilar, I believe is a freshman out there. This would be.
Did you say UCF? It's USF, right?
Did I say UCF?
You
My
said
bad.
UCF.
My bad. USF.
USF, South Florida.
I apologize.
They had the big win. Shout out to the 817. 2 817s, guys. USF, not UCF. Sorry, we got to get together. Come on.
Gunner or Joey? Which quarterback are you picking in this Georgia-Tennessee game? Two young guys, but Gunner obviously stepped up for Beck last year when we saw him go down in the playoffs, and he was able to step in when Beck took the big hit and carry them through the playoffs.
Hell, he took a pretty good hit too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Was it at the end of the game? Like on a 2-point conversion or something like that?
I think it was a Texas game.
It was a Texas game.
When we were at the Christmas party.
That's exactly
and
what
he
it
runs
was.
up the middle and just gets absolutely rocked. But he'll be starting, obviously, for Georgia. Them on the road, Gunner has been in big moments. I just mentioned him in the playoffs last year. So even though this will be his first big road start, he was in a big moment last year. So I don't think this will be too big of a moment for him.
No.
Tennessee, though, Heupel, in the last, I want to say, 4 matchups that he's had against Kirby Smart, they've lost all of them. And by a combined 80 points, Georgia has outscored them.
And where's this game at? Is this game
in Tennessee?
In Tennessee. Give me Georgia.
I agree.
Georgia.
You know,
proven otherwise.
In those same 4 matchups, Heupel never scored over 17 points on Georgia's defense. I think this is going to be 2 low-scoring games. I think Gunner and what the Georgia Bulldogs. Think about it. What have people been saying the last week or so? It's Georgia. Are they right? They didn't look too dominant against Austin Peay last week. While Tennessee's just racking up big W's, everyone's kind of jumping on the hype train. I don't think it's going to be a stomping or anything,
right?
Because I think both offenses have their limitations, but I think Georgia's defense and the way that Kirby's got them playing, especially with how they played this last week, I think they're going to be motivated. And we see this all the time with a Kirby Smart-led team. Even if they win, but if the narrative is not that they're dominant, practice that week for the Georgia Bulldogs is focused. They come in wired. One of the bigger nuances, if you will, not to nerd out too much on Tennessee. Remember when Jalen Hyatt was there at Tennessee? He got drafted by the Giants, all these explosive plays down the field. Some of you guys if you follow Tennessee, you already know this. I won't be breaking news to you, but Heupel gives a lot of their receivers and quarterback. It's a lot of trust between those two because they have a lot of choice routes for their receivers, especially their star receivers. So on the outside, for all of you who don't know what a choice route is, say the receiver is going to run a 10-yard stem. He'll have the choice on reading the leverage of the defensive back. Hey, I'm going to sit down in this zone, and Joey Aguilar is going to get me the rock right here. Or this safety/corner is leaning a little bit, is kind of leaning inside, and I can take this deep. It doesn't have to be the play call. It's just a choice route where the quarterback is going to pick a side of the field, right or left, and he's going to look at 2 different guys that have a total, I guess you could say, 6 to 4 different combinations of routes could be ran by those 2 in combination. Maybe this guy runs an out route based on the leverage. Another guy runs a go ball. They both run curls, but they're supposed to be on the same page, quarterback and receiver. Right. So the reason I bring that up is a lot of teams, when you play a school that's not very good, a team as talented as Tennessee is going to kill you with choice routes. As soon as you think you figured them out without even a play call, by the leverage, they're taking it deep, getting all the stuff underneath. Georgia, one, different beast. They've got just as good enough as players as Tennessee, if not better. Some of the best players in the country. We know this happens every year with their recruiting. So they're going to have the dogs to keep up with them athletically. And then the second part is Georgia's structured enough where they can run bracket coverage. And what does bracket do? That takes away the choice route.
Kirby's not. I mean, it's not. This ain't Kirby's first rodeo. He knows what these routes look like.
That takes away the choice option route because there's a guy high, there's a guy low. So that receiver that's trying to make that high level play, like, hey, this guy's his leverage is showing inside, or his leverage is he's cheating down. I'm gonna take the top off the defense. There's always going to be a guy high. That's just my prediction. Just how Kirby has kind of played in these matchups, bracket coverage, figure out what I need to do on that side of the field, and limit the explosive plays. Kind of goes in with them not scoring 17 points against Kirby in the last 4 matchups. So I also got the Georgia Bulldogs. I think statement win, not because they're going to blow them out, but just the type of way that Georgia's able to do it. I think it's going to be with defense. I think there's going to be some turnovers. Low scoring game. I got 19-16. I think it's kind of an ugly game. Georgia Bulldogs win.
Okay, well, and that game, like you said, that's
1915. I'm going to go 1915.
1915.
1915.
So, what, 3 field goals and a touchdown with the missed extra point?
That's
the only way that
give me
adds up to 15.
Give me 1 touchdown, 2 field goals.
Okay, that would be 13. So a safety thrown in there. 15 is kind of a weird football number.
We'll go back to the 3 field goals.
So 3 field goals, then a touchdown where they missed the extra point. Because you've got Tennessee scoring 15.
16 now.
Okay, so
16.
Oh, 16.
16. That's what I said the first time. I said go back to the 16.
Oh, okay. I thought you said go back to the 13. Okay, so 1916 is your score prediction.
Yeah. I hear you just naming time periods.
19,
the last time Heupel won.
16. That game's at 2:30. So right as we're off the air, you can tune in to ABC. Now, obviously, my suggestion would be you stick around here on 105 through the Fan and you listen to your Texas Rangers.
Who just keep winning.
Who can't stop winning. All right? Hottest team in baseball right now. You know that there's only like 2 teams in baseball right now that have a better home record than the Texas Rangers. That's the one thing about this team that has really stood out is just how good they've been at home. So for them to win on the road at the Mets. Now, right now, the Mets are not a good baseball team. Okay, this is their 3rd time in this year losing 7 games in a row. And they rocked the young kid yesterday. They've got another young pitcher, I think, making his 2nd career start today. 2nd-round pick out of Florida, I think. And so, if Corbin can hit his spots, I know you asked a question earlier about, what's the one thing you'd like to see out of if you could pick one pitcher, what would you want out of him? If Corbin can hit his spots today, and we saw this 2 starts ago, he hit his spots, boom, I think he went 8 innings and was hitting, throwing no-hit ball for like 6 or 7 of them, then gets rocked the following inning or following matchup. If he can go out there and give you 6 solid innings tonight, because your offense has been on a tear, and that was my biggest concern coming into this Mets game or Mets series was, yes, great, you've done well against we've seen this play before where you look good, and then when it comes down to nut-cutting time, everything falls apart. Well, guess what? You jumped on him in a big way last night, and then Deion hits the 2-run home run, and what was that, the 6th, 7th inning last night? Boom, boom, bang, bing, bong. Next thing you know, you're winning 8-3 last night. So, all right, we'll get to more Rangers stuff here in the 2 o'clock hour. Like I said, we're taking you up until 2:30, and then that's when we hand things off to the Rangers Radio Network. But your Dallas Cowboys play tomorrow against division rival, the New York Giants. What did Shotty have to say about Jaden Blue? That and more. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Sean and RJ here, excited to...
something else. Okay, now that's a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean that this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Laser bulbs. Not make noises? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it SpongeBob?
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back in. It is Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. I'm Fred Davis. That's the one, the only Blake Elliott. We got our guy Deion behind the glass, and of course another. Last show on Thursday we had Degenerate Jake, who put in a 8-hour day because I want to say he had worked. He came in for Lucius, who is in Vegas today. Him and Hagee for the Canelo and Bud Crawford fight. I'm excited about that. Now, you work tonight, correct?
Correct.
Now, will you be able to... Now, that fight's on Netflix.
Just depends when I get off.
Just depends when you get off.
Yep.
What time do you normally get off on Saturdays? I know it varies, but what's... If you had to put money on it?
11:30. People always stay late on Saturdays. We close at 11, but people will linger.
Now, will you put Netflix on? Do you guys have a TV?
No.
Oh, you guys don't. It's a classy place.
I mean, he still might be able to watch it. Doesn't like the opener start at like 8 o'clock?
8 or 9, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you figure the fight will go. I mean, it probably won't start till about 11:30. Yeah. So you should be able to.
I can at least maybe be on my phone.
Absolutely. You guys don't have a TV anywhere in that place, huh?
No.
Like not even a little bar area?
Nope.
Wow, that's classy.
Yeah,
it's classy.
I feel like that's pretty normal for like nice restaurants.
That's true.
To not have a TV.
I guess I've outed myself on the kind of restaurants I go to, because they all have televisions.
I think that's one of the worst things though that you can do as a human.
Is watch TV?
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and just drive off a cliff tonight. Apparently, according to Blake Elliott.
The staying late at a restaurant.
Oh,
like to me that just comes off as I'm better than you and my time's more valuable.
What if you're just having a really good time?
Then have a good time in the parking lot, like any other normal person.
But what if they tip you really well?
A lot of people tip me well and leave on time, so it doesn't mean anything.
But what if they tip you really, really well?
Then tip me ahead of time. Hey, I'm going to tip you 40% and we're going to stay late.
Cool. What's the cutoff for you? Like what if
we close at 11, it also depends. Like if there's like 30 people, if there's like 6 or 7 people at the bar,
yeah,
and there's 3 or 4 tables and you're one of those 3 or 4, I'm annoyed, but it's in general. I'm not like pointing anyone out because it is what it is. I'm talking about when everyone's gone
and you're that one table,
and you see all the workers, you see the kitchen's gone.
Yeah.
You're seeing all the staff.
Why are you still there?
You're seeing all the staff just kind of at the front. The manager's at the bar doing checkouts. He's got his laptop out. The bartender's completely closed everything down.
Yeah.
And this happened. This is real life.
You can smell the Fabuloso.
He was on a first date and my guy couldn't close the deal.
Oh, he was. So it was a one-on-one type deal.
I'm gonna save it for we got a fair foul because what he said and how they reacted. I don't want to say it's a Bob level story, but it is hilarious what happened.
Did this happen last night? Well, you didn't work last night.
It happened like 3-4 days ago. I'll save it though.
Real quick, just to kind of tease it. How long did he stay after the 11?
We closed at 11. He didn't leave till 11:55, and did not tip 20%.
Oh, that's If you're gonna be that guy, like
that just made everyone's Saturday night be. We're watching you because we can't leave. We can't just walk out. Now the kitchen can leave. Like all the front of house people kind of have to stay. We got to.
I mean, I'm a big believer that I'm not going into unless I'm just starving and I'm going to take it to go.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to a restaurant before after that 30-minute.
And you know the type of restaurant I work at. That stuff takes a while.
This ain't Mickey D's or Whataburger.
This is grab a burger.
There's
and
anything
get
wrong
it.
with those places.
Grab a burger and get out. Like you're gonna be there for like we have 2-hour reservations. Like that's how long we expect each table to be there is 2 hours, and you show up 20 minutes before closing.
I mean, you meet WWE superstars at your restaurant.
Come on, man.
I mean, what are we
okay,
doing
let's
here?
get to some audio, and then I'll explain the story on the other side.
All right, let's kick off with we're going to go in order, but let's start with Day Bowl 2. We've already heard about this, but let's just hear it from the man himself, who will be the starting quarterback for the New York Giants on Sunday.
That game doesn't fall on Russell Wilson. You got to do a better job collectively, coaching, playing, but Russ will be the starter.
Over under 2.5 quarters when we see Jackson Dart.
I don't think you'll see Dart in this game.
Okay. I appreciate that. This is probably one of the biggest questions that we've had thus far.
Can I say why I don't think you'll see Dart? Not that I don't think he's better, but it's on the road.
Yeah.
And this just feels like a weird spot to. Dable's job is hinged on like the Giants doing well this season, but
yeah,
you don't want to shoot your shot too early. And the reason why that you can go 1-5 with Russ, not look good, put Dart in and go 500 the rest of the way, and Dable might have some good grace. Hey, I picked the guy. He's showing some promise. He's young. We went 500 with him.
Yeah.
Versus you throw him in too early. He's on the road. Cowboys in their head. He doesn't play well. And now you've got
like this defense is like some lockdown defense.
I know, but now you've got the full season, and that's more just variance for Dart to mess up. I think if I'm Dable, I'm putting him out there at some point, but under the perfect scenarios. He's prepared. He knows the offense in and out. Maybe it's a 7-game sample rather than a 12-game sample. That's like, hey, a lot of highs and lows, you know, kind of save your job. Like, hey, we don't know what this guy could be. I think he looked pretty good. 500 football.
Afford to lose the locker room though. I don't know that you can afford to go 1-5. I mean, if Russell's keeping you in games, but if he looks like he did last Saturday or Sunday, I mean, Russell's done, dude.
We'll see. I mean, it's 1 week. Just like we said, it's week one.
You're right. But I guess all I'm saying is this: he's looked bad, or let's put it this way, he hasn't looked good.
We'll see.
For a lot of games in a row now.
I think he will look better against the Cowboys than he looked in week 1. Not saying the Giants will win. I'm saying he'll look better.
If Russell Wilson doesn't look at least serviceable against this Cowboy defense.
No DeRon Bland. So secondaries kind of
so you might
question.
You might be able to eat a little bit with Malik Neighbors. Yeah. All right. If Kafka and Daboll can't draw up, because again, you're not going to have they've already come out and said Trayvon Diggs isn't ready to play a full game.
Yep.
Okay. So your two best cornerbacks, one's not playing, one's at 50%. And I mean 50% as far as what he's going to be available. So you've got what, Reedy? Reddy is one of your guys. Yep. Trequezy Bridges is one of your guys.
Just elevated.
Kyrie Elam is one of your guys.
Just elevated Zion Childress and Robert Rochelle today from the practice squad to the active roster for the Cowboys.
Are we kind of overlooking the fact that this secondary, which was already a weak spot, is even weaker? Tomorrow.
We got 2 guys that were cut from practice squads that'll probably be getting meaningful snaps tomorrow.
And a first-round bust who the Buffalo Bills, who it's not like they've got some shutdown defense, said, yeah, we don't want you either.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
And we saw, and I hate to be that guy, and we'll get to this other audio. He could maybe still turn it around, but I was a little hesitant on giving Kyrie Elam his flowers and just being like, oh, he's starting at corner. He looked good in the offseason. We're all good. You know, Kyrie Elam's the truth. We figured it out. What a steal by Jerry. I think he impressed people and was better in training camp than we thought he would be. But then you saw when a real game happened, he was definitely the corner getting picked on.
The one big play, because they didn't have to throw the ball.
No.
Like, that was the thing. We don't need to throw the ball against you guys 25, 30 times because we can just run the ball against you. All right. And then after the delay, we're just going to kind of grind this thing out.
And you
anyway.
notice, not going back too far, now we're about to play the Giants, but a lot of Philly's runs, the ones that were beneficial for them was stuff on the outside. Running in between the tackles, especially in that second half, the Cowboys, I think, kind of shirted up, and Kenny Clark and Osa and Solomon did a good job of kind of stuffing that middle. But when they got stuff to the edges and you've got Kenneth Murray, Sanborn trying to one-on-one.
Kyrie Elam looked like there was one play in particular, and I think I know what you're talking about, where Barkley was coming around. I can't remember if it was Barkley or Hurts.
I think it was Barkley.
And he just got manhandled by Devontae Smith.
Yes.
It's not like Devontae Smith is Jonathan Mingo out there, okay? So
he's the one guy on the Eagles offense that's not huge.
Like I can understand, all right, you get into a tussle with A.J. Brown. Yeah. A.J. Brown's a big dude, all right? You got worked by Devontae Smith, all right? And it wasn't even close.
I think I weigh more than Devontae Smith.
877-88. Would you say real I sent you earlier? Where you leave your fantasy team open and Jalen Tolbert, your wide receiver one? Jaden Blue, where you at, and will you play on Sunday, and how come you haven't, Shotty?
If you're not putting it out there and you're not doing right every day, and if you take a step back on a Thursday, maybe did great on Wednesday, I'm not saying he did, but that's going to get noticed. Some of the young guys that were inactive, we've had those hard conversations with them. They understand where they need to go, and I have no question that they will respond to that. Will that be this week? I don't know. We'll see. But the cool thing for them is they can determine that.
Well, tell us how you really feel, Shotty. If I heard it, I would drop Jaden Blue from my team.
I'll tell you what.
That didn't sound like he's about to play tomorrow.
It doesn't sound like he's going to.
I mean, just play the very beginning of that, just before he starts getting into all the PR stuff at the end.
Yeah.
Just play the first 10 seconds of that.
If you're not putting it out there and you're not doing right every day, and if you take a step back on a Thursday, maybe did great on Wednesday, I'm not saying he did, but that's going to get noticed.
There you go.
That's going to get noticed.
That sounded like pointed, like something had happened.
No.
I'm tired of these kind of Jaden Blue questions, like Jaden knows why. And that felt like I'm talking to Jaden.
Yeah.
But through you guys, and he knows why he's not playing.
And this is let's go ahead and just dispel some of this scuttlebutt that's out there. Yeah. Like, this
we're just not playing him just because we don't want to. Miles Sanders, he's not
getting it done.
Yeah.
And he's not doing things that needs to be done that we've told him need to be done.
That was the coach speak way of saying that.
Oh, 100%. No, that was you hit the nail on the head. That is him talking to Jaden Blue through the media.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll tell you what, this is Shotty's way of saying, look, this is how I'm going to do things. Mm-hmm. And I think the one thing I've and again, we're going into week 2 tomorrow, so we'll see. But for as rah-rah, hey, wins the press conference as he was, leading up into the season, Shotty has definitely gotten into regular season mode, right? Like just,
Can I read this text?
Read
it's important. They said, Fred, I think the Cowboys have better scouts than you. You're making statements about players you have zero knowledge about. I have my response to that, but I'm gonna let you go. You're in the middle.
What are you talking about?
We're not allowed to talk about them.
Well, I mean, explain yourself.
They said you're making statements about players that you have zero knowledge about.
I mean, what did I say?
I don't know.
I mean, we talk about the players. We talk about the Cowboys every single day. 214. You're making statements about players that you have zero knowledge about. I mean, what on earth?
Guess our whole business
was the genesis of that comment. Please. And then I've got this other guy who's still upset with me about my North Crowley statement.
Hey, that's how you know they're a Tolo, because that was the opening segment.
I mean,
and that shows how compassionate. Glass half full. This guy is so entrenched with y'all's conversation about North Crowley that happened almost an hour ago, and it's still top of mind. And I appreciate you for still listening, Tolo. And you can go back and forth with Fred anytime. He loves to go back and forth with you guys in a good way, friendly banter. Keep it,
dude.
Keep it cordial. Keep it PG.
What I don't understand. Okay, here I'm going to say.
Let it out. Let it out. Let it out, Fred.
Is this okay? If you're from Texas, if you're from the DFW, all right, we talk about we do things differently down here in the South.
Talk to him.
We do. This is DFW. This is North Crowley. Da da da. Then have some backbone. Okay. Anybody that knows ball knows that North Crowley. Ask Ray Gates if how that game worked in week 1. Okay, like don't come at me about I'm throwing shade because I watched the game and you had a hell of a stop on 4th down that you got dominated in for 3.5 quarters. Like, what are we talking about here, man? Now I'm throwing shade because I said that you guys should have lost in week 1 and you didn't, and you're 3-0. I mean, what do you want me to patty cake you on the back? Oh, guess what? Way to win, guys. 6A back football here in the state of Texas. This is Texas, man.
This isn't New Jersey. This isn't Georgia. Get your act together. Grow a backbone, man. You want to be a big dog? Guess what? You're getting talked about on 105.3 The Fan, okay? We're talking about your high school football team on The Fan, the home of the Cowboys. You're over here crying to me about how I'm talking about them. Get a grip. You're 3-0. Hour number 2 coming up next.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I do a mythical high school football show.
I think North Crowley should have that be their intro.
Look,
coming out of the locker room.
I love North Crowley. Okay, I mean we're talking about him on a Saturday afternoon, and look as talk to the. Let's talk about Duncanville, or excuse me, not Duncanville. And again, the thing about Duncanville that's crazy to me, we're week 3 into high school and they've only played 1 game. Let's talk about DeSoto. Okay, DeSoto's 0-2 to start the year so far. Okay,
someone said, how they texted in that we did no ball and that we're not scouts and zero knowledge and we just stopped talking.
Yeah.
Someone else texted in they said, is someone in Jaden Blue's family listening to you guys?
I'll tell you what I was going to say.
And we're Jaden Blue fans.
We like Jaden Blue.
We said RB1.
He's on your fantasy team for crying out loud.
Been stashing him. We want him to succeed.
And the reason why by the way, we're reacting to what Brian Schottenheimer said. Like, we're not making this up. Yeah. And by the way, if you're going to poke fun or be critical of us, you don't know what they're going through, then why are you listening to sports radio?
That's what like 8 people texted in.
Like, I guess I just don't get it. Like, that makes, like, if I listen to a news station and then I bitch and complain about, why are you guys still talking about this? Well, then why am I listening? Like,
why are you guys giving your opinion on this?
I hate listening, or whatever, man. Look, it's your in the words of Bobby Brown, it's your prerogative.
And then someone said, "Is this the same? Is this guy talking about the same scouts that drafted Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker?"
All I'll say is this: we appreciate all listeners, and we're like a big family here. And look, the reality is, and Oregon's about to score again. They're about to go up 23-0, pending extra point.
What job would you want in an NFL front office? And let's just say you have this GM. You get all the accolades and all the prerequisites and the knowledge just put in your head.
I think the difference where I would stand out as a general manager. I'm dead serious here.
I wasn't laughing.
No, yeah, I heard your little snickering over there. I heard your snickering. I think the difference that would stand out for me is
you draft and develop guy.
The interviews.
I'm
gonna know right away whether you love football or not.
And if you know Fred, the first thing he's gonna say, "Let me see the hand. Let me see the hand.
See the hand.
Both their hands, especially the fingers."
Oh, I don't care if they're married.
No, I know, but
don't.
Do you wear? How often you wear that?
Look, you can. I don't mind if you wear your wedding ring out and about.
No, I'm talking about on the football field.
But don't wear it out in the football field. No,
that's what I'm saying. Do you wear this on Saturdays?
I'd say, exactly. Are you gonna play? You plan on wearing that on game days?
But see, you can't pose it because then it seems like you got to kind of trick them into the answer.
No. Look,
Saturdays. What kind of gear are we walking with on the hands and wrists? And let them answer. You got my wedding ring on.
Let me tell you something. When I was I used to do a little hiring back in the day when I was an operations manager for an oil and gas company.
Can you imagine trying to get a job and Fred's the guy standing between you and that job?
Let me tell you something. The company I worked for, about 90% of the people that were still there after I left, okay, and stayed there for a while, and are still in. As a matter of fact, I hired our first ever female inspector. All right, she's legendary in the Houston Ship Channel.
There you go.
Okay, and because let me tell you something, I can work with attitude.
Yeah.
All right, you may have a crappy attitude, but if you work. Look, I had a gal one time that I hired, because, by the way, in oil and gas inspection, not a lot of females in that line of work. Had one gal who I ended up firing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cold Hard Davis fired her. Really, Fred?
She was worthless. Okay?
Wow.
She was worthless. But let me tell you, not only was she worthless, tried to set your boy up. Okay? When I went to fire her, and I did all, hey, look, your boy had his I's dotted, T's crossed, whatever. Okay? Brought her in, did a little, hey, we're going to let you go, da-da-da. Recorded me.
Voice memo.
Your boy got recorded 3 different times by 3 different people when I let him go. All right. Set it all to HR and or I'm trying to think who the
or you get HR
or whatever.
People, yeah.
Sent the recordings of me each time. Yeah. Guess what? Not taking the case. Fair firing. Okay. Don't comment.
How old were you when you fired them? And were you on testosterone?
I've never been on testosterone. Let me tell you something, and I'll tell you why. Because when you start taking testosterone, your body stops making it. And then it's harder for your body to start making it naturally again.
Speaking of creatine, I talked to Chiafalo about it the other day, and he was giving me some hints and stuff that he does. Yeah. He said he's a 20-gram guy. He likes the heavy load.
Okay.
Instead of a 5-gram.
I'm probably a 10-gram guy.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go up to 10. He said that's a good spot to be.
Yeah. No, it's not bad. But, I mean, Chiafalo's a big dude, though,
He said
too.
he stopped. He said it last month or two. He hasn't been on it as heavy, but yeah. He said he's a 20 grand guy. And
Can
especially
we
when you
trust
do
Chiafalo because he wears Hokas? 877-881-1053.
Apparently, this is from Chiafalo, and if he's listening right now, he can vouch this. He said the 20 grams is how you get the brain stuff to click in.
That makes sense. You
To
know
get
what?
the full
I
brain
may need
power.
to click into that then. 877-881-1053.
Better memory.
Can we trust Chiafalo because he wears Hokas?
They're comfy now.
I mean, Chief swears by him.
I like my.
I told him I'd try to get him. I'd try to get him a deal. I'm not a Hoka guy, and I'm telling you right now, I may go get a pair of Adidas, which I have not worn Adidas in 20 years, but I may go do it after chit chat with my boy Bill Self last week.
Question: when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, who is a player that did not play as far as snaps a lot in Week 1 that you want to see more snaps from in Week 2?
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
Okay,
that's a no-brainer. James Houston.
Okay, mine's Maris Luafau.
I heard G-Bag talk about that yesterday. I heard because I want to say, I think it was Gavin who said that because they were talking about who guys they could go out and get.
I would say he's probably your quickest linebacker. Maybe not fastest, maybe not best, but just quickest reaction. I think it's Marist. And having him out there for 6
You
snaps.
think so, even more than Damone Clark?
Damone is also very quick, and he's gotten a lot better at reading the hole because we all remember the 2023 season, I want to say. Maybe 2020. I think it was 2023. Correct me if I'm wrong, texters. Where, yeah, it was 2023 because Jordan Love was making fun of our linebacking group being safeties. Remember when everybody was hurt and we had safeties playing linebackers and we had like 2 guys and teams ran the ball all over us. Damone Clark was part of that.
Yeah.
And he's come a long way. And now he's getting 40-plus snaps in Week 1.
I'm not saying he's good.
I
just
need to see
saying-
more Maris. I need
Yeah.
to see
No,
more.
I
Damone Clark getting 40 snaps and Maris getting 6. That was not my Week 1 prediction.
No,
I did
it
not
wasn't.
see
I
that
didn't
coming.
understand that either, but maybe it was just
a matchup thing that Eberflus
I
like.
guess, but I mean, I don't know. It's not like anybody stood out.
Yeah. The linebacking group, what did we say going into this season? This is the group we probably feel the most confident. Like, even before the Micah trade. Like, hey, it's the most stable group. It's like a B-.
Well, you didn't mind the depth. You felt like the depth was at least tried and true. Like, you liked Sanborn, who, the last time I remember him, he was getting shook out of his jock strap by Jalen Hurts.
Dude, Jalen Hurts was giving him business with like the Euro steps.
He set
and the
white
no
guys
looks.
back at least 3 or 4 years.
Zach Bond was trying his best to reverse it every other when the Eagles were on defense.
Look, I mean, think about it. He chased down Miles Sanders.
Yeah.
Okay. So on one hand, you got Zach Bond chasing down our running back, and then you got Jack Sanborn. You got Dick Butkus rolling over in his grave. Okay.
Brian Urlacher.
I mean, now Brian Urlacher went back to being bald again after seeing that. I mean, that's how bad it was. So hopefully, Week 1.
So that, speaking of, this is just where my brain works. This is what Lancaster was doing to Hebron.
Oh,
they were running the Eagles offense, like
bringing it back to high school football.
They were just going empty. The quarterback was 6'4", like 220, and just bigger than everyone. So he would hold it for 2 seconds.
Yeah,
everyone drops in coverage, and then he's just one-on-one with a linebacker in space and just running him over. So
one of our our boy Brad Harris, who's one of the statisticians for the Dallas Morning News, he had called into the show, and I'm trying to think, he covered Forney and Waxahachie last night. And don't sleep on that Waxahachie team. Anyway, he had said Lancaster's got some big boys. And again, their 2 losses are to North Crowley and Aledo. So no shame in that. But anywho, all right. So we already heard about what Shoddy had to say about Jaden Blue. And again, probably the most pointed thing that Shoddy said thus far. And again, I think the bigger issue is that you brought Jaden Blue in to be a game changer, right? You brought him in to be the speed and kind of the knockout punch as far as, home run hitting ability in that backfield, because Miles Sanders isn't it. All right. I mean, Miles Sanders is probably a more sound running back, but as far as just speed and breakaway ability, as we saw the other night, doesn't have it. Meanwhile, CD, who we all know, not the best Week 1 performance, at least when it came to clutch time. This is what he had to say about that game on Thursday.
I didn't get any rest really the whole weekend. I mean, that's just, again, the competitor that I am and how much I treat to the game as far as being honest and just giving it everything I got, because I do love this. I love this game. I love this sport. I love the guys that I do it with. So as for me, just holding my end of the bargain and just pulling through for the guys.
I would not be at all surprised if this was like a 34-24 type game on Sunday.
You think the Giants score 24 points?
Who's stopping Malik Neighbors? Who on? I mean, what? 75% Trayvon Diggs is going to stop Malik Neighbors?
Just hopefully Eberflus and puts a cap on the defense.
I mean, that's all. That's what you're going to hope for.
Russell Wilson struggles against too high. He loves man coverage. Malik Neighbors loves man coverage. They want to try to get those explosive routes. So I would do the same game plan of that. They ran 0 man and all the dropbacks versus Eagles and Jalen Hurts. Now, what killed you was Jalen Hurts was E3 your linebackers in isolation on the edge, and they were getting quote-unquote pressure, air quote, because Jalen Hurts was holding on to the ball. That's not the type of quarterback you're playing this week. Russell Wilson is going to stand in the pocket. Now, he might scamper every once in a while to the sideline, but he's not like taking off and juking Sanborn left and right. So I would expect a lot of zone coverage, keeping stuff in front of you. And if Malik Neighbors wants to kill you death by 1,000 cuts and make 15 catches, I have my money on the Cowboys making more plays. What's going to kill you is if Malik Neighbors is getting behind the defense, the Cowboys have one turnover, and now all of a sudden it's a 17-10 ball game, and the Giants have the ball in the third quarter. You want to keep this game in front of you. You can play straight up with the Giants and win. What you don't want to happen is funky stuff. You don't want busted coverages. You don't want stuff getting behind you, trying to get fancy with blitzes, and there's a guy streaking up the sideline. If you play straight up with the Giants, you're a more talented football team. Andrew Thomas looking like he's not going to play for them. Wan'Dale Robinson kind of banged up. Slayton kind of banged up. Malik Neighbors is going to play, and it's fine, but he's been dealing with injuries throughout the week. Is Russ, how confident is he? Like, they got enough problems on their own where you don't have to do anything fancy, I believe, this week. And if the Cowboys play the way they played in week 1, surprise Blake.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe didn't surprise Fred. Fred was a little bit more on point with his Cowboys take for week 1. Surprised me, at least. If they play the just carbon copy of how they played against the Eagles, they will beat the Giants handily. Obviously, with the CD catches. Because what was the one thing that killed him was Jalen Hurts running. You don't have to deal with that. So that element's out the game. You don't have a running quarterback that you're dealing with. That was like the one thing that was killing.
But think about it.
Tyrone Tracy's not scaring anybody like Saquon did.
No, he's not. But he only had 10 carries last week.
Yeah.
Right? It was just...
Does Scatterbo get in the carries last week?
He had 2.
2 for what, like 6 yards?
-3. -3. So.
He'll head bash. I saw him in pass pro.
No. I mean, he's not afraid to put his head in there. I mean, look, if you're Brian Daboll and Kafka,
I'm getting creative.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, I'm with you. Like you're saying to yourself, look,
we can't beat them straight up and just line up and just run the football and just straight up manhandle them.
Or think of it this way.
At least on offense.
That's my point. Okay, and I'm going back to what you said. Who on this defense are you scared of?
From the Cowboys?
Yeah,
nobody.
I mean, you watched that defense last week against the Cowboys. Now, could be a combination of, is Philadelphia that good? As far, I mean, look, we know Philadelphia's got a good offensive line. All right. But we know that this Cowboy offense is going to be good. And I think you saw that. I mean, they did whatever they want to do in the first half. And again, if Jake Ferguson makes catches, which he didn't do, if
speaking of, the Giants secondary is deteriorating.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this offense is going to score again. I have the utmost faith in this offense being able to score, but I'm just saying, like, look, you're going to beat the Cowboys. You're going to beat the Giants tomorrow.
But how do you do it?
Just offensively.
No. I'm saying I agree. I think they're going to win as well. But how they do it is probably how we'll be talking about them next week. I
think it's going to be the same way you did. You're going to see a lot of what you saw in the first half against the Philadelphia Eagles.
I hope so as well. But if it's 20-17 and that's how you win the game with a late field goal, that's not a good win.
I
need
agree.
to dominate them.
You need to dominate. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, a 34-24 win to me suggests that, look, your offense did what we all think they're going to do, because I don't care who you are. 34 points in the NFL, still 34 points.
Right. So they still got one of the best D-lines now. We'll see how many snaps they play together.
And maybe we heard from our boy, 8, Marshall Green, who had some great information.
8 snaps.
8 snaps with that 4 together, okay? That's got to be
front
better.
4 from the Giants.
That's got to be better going into tomorrow. So, and do I think it could kind of be reminiscent of what I think this game tomorrow is going to be reminiscent of what the Giants, the Cowboys-Ravens game was last year. last year.
So you
where
think-
you got up to a big lead, and then they, you just played some prevent, let them everything underneath you. Malik gets some garbage yards at the end. You're up 34-14 or 17, and they get a junk touchdown at the end.
Mm-hmm.
All right, because look, Malik Neighbors, if Daboll is worth his salt, because to your point, he's got to show something if he's trying to keep his job.
I got one question for you. Yes or no? Do we see Joe Milton in this game? That'd be a good in a good way.
No.
Okay.
No. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's do some Tolos on the telephone, shall we? 877-881-1053. Tolos on the telephone. All right. Cowboys prediction for tomorrow. Cowboys for prediction tomorrow. That's all we're getting from you today. Don't ask us how we're doing. Cowboys prediction. And you know what? Shout out your high school football team while we're doing it, too. I want to hear some North Crowley love. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and...
8610. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
This next segment on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Brian, Mike, David, and Justice, I see you on the D&M Leasing hotline trying to call in and give your Cowboys hot take of what they're going to be doing on Sunday versus the Giants. Get your calls in. Dylan will put you on the log to make sure that we get your response of what you think the Cowboys will do on Sunday. We know when one person calls in, they start to fill it up. But in the break, I did see a clip that I want to kind of set up the phone calls with. So call in. We're going to need two things from you. Thing number one, obviously, what's going to happen tomorrow. Cowboys, Giants, your predictions, maybe an X factor, a score. Let us know where you're watching the game, how hype you are, the whole shenanigans. But also, I saw this clip of Jerry Jones talking to Gary Myers of New York about trading Micah and maybe some other teams that were interested in said deal. I want you guys to listen to this clip and say, hey, I would have preferred having this player rather than Kenny Clark. Or if you're happy about Kenny Clark, or if you're an option C and you watch that game on Thursday and you've seen the Green Bay Packers, and you're like, man, I miss Michael Parsons. Listen to Jerry Jones talking to Gary Myers from New York earlier today about some other deals that he was interested in.
Jerry, I heard and I read that the Eagles called you, and I would imagine that just made you laugh a little bit, that you would trade him within the division. But I guess people here in New York would like to know whether you ever heard from the Giants or Jets about Micah.
Well, there was a communication. I'm not going to go in deep enough with one of those teams. And as it would turn out, I initiated that with one of the teams, and you can guess that it was not with the Giants. You can imagine.
And what kind of reaction did you get from the Jets?
Well, just one that was frankly didn't have the resources to entertain conversation. It was a very good brief visit.
Okay, so I would imagine that somewhere in that conversation you might have asked for Quinnen Williams, since you were really looking to help your run defense, and maybe a one, maybe two ones in Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams is a better player, in my opinion, than Kenny Clark. But am I going down the right path there?
Yes, you are. A prerequisite to the entire trade was that we had to have right now a really, frankly, significant, dominant inside defensive player, which was our goal to address the run more than we'd been addressing it the previous 4 years that we've at that time had Micah. But we wanted to really bolster up there. We had tried to do it with Mozzie Smith when we drafted him 2 years earlier. Mm-hmm. But that was a prerequisite, and you didn't get in the mentality of my trading if you didn't have that coming through the door.
So it was just the one conversation with the Jets.
Well, thoughts? I mean, that he called the Jets and said, I want Quinnen Williams and some picks, and the Jets couldn't facilitate it. Would you like that better? I would have. Sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you
Quinnen and you're getting the Jets picks?
If you told me.
And he's going to the AFC?
Yeah. No, I mean, I would have liked that a lot better. But, I mean, the Jets.
That would have been an all-around better deal. But obviously, they maybe weren't trying to give up 2 firsts.
No, you're not giving up Quinnen Williams and 2 firsts for Micah Parsons.
They might have said Quinnen and a first.
Because I think it goes back to
Quinnen and a first and a third.
I'm not convinced that there were that many teams that, if you're going to spend $45+ million on a pass rusher, it's because you're right there on the verge.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the difference.
Which means you also probably don't have a good draft pick value. Like, your draft picks aren't that highly valued.
Again,
can't get both.
You weren't going to get. I mean, the Jags weren't trading for Micah Parsons, right?
We'll give
the
you
Saints
all of our good resources
for Micah Parsons. Like, this idea. I mean, people need to. And I'm not saying you, but this idea that you were going to get a top 10 pick.
Yeah, so it's hard.
I mean, unless
it's also getting a good play.
I mean, unless Jordan Love breaks his leg, like that's the only way it's going to happen. You know, you're not getting a Micah Parsons because you're on the doorstep if that's the case. So
he looked good for Green Bay.
Of course he did, man. No, I mean, look, that's a good move. That's a good look. It was a good defense last year, and they look as some people have said, and my boy Aaron, he's a big Packers fan. This team looks different if you're a Packers fan. Jordan Love looks different.
What side of the trade are you on, and what are your Cowboys predictions for tomorrow? Let's go out to Brian and Argyle. Start us off. Brian, how are you feeling on this Saturday afternoon, rolling around? How confident are you in the Cowboys getting it done tomorrow?
I'm confident. Micah, and I'll give my 2 cents for Micah. Micah was not a run stopper. Micah was just a sack person.
Okay.
He did not play a single full season in all 4 seasons that he was here. He wasn't worth $200 million. I'm happy that they didn't sign him. I'm happy that they got Kenny Clark. I think Kenny Clark is a run stopper, and once he gets into the fold and learns more about the system, it'll be good. That opens up all that money. We're not talking about the Herschel Walker trade deal, but we're talking about 4 number 1 picks in the next 2 years.
Damn right.
Between them and us and the money. So I heard Jadeveon Clowney was in.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to sign him. Great. Wonderful. I've been a Cowboy fan since I was 4, 56 years now. Okay. And I'm looking for CD to make a major bounce back.
Yep.
And I'm predicting 34-7.
Oh, 34-7.
Score.
No double digits for the Giants.
I'll tell you what, Brian Argyle going hard in the paint. Appreciate you, Brian, and we will keep you posted, and hope to hear from you next week to follow up on that. Let's go out to Mike and Caddo Mills. What's up, Mike? Your thoughts on A, Micah's first 2 weeks, and B, what you see going on tomorrow with your Dallas Cowboys?
Well, Micah got, 1 sack in each game?
I think he's a sack and a half so far.
Okay, so that's about right for him. I think what we got back was about as much as we could. I would have loved to have had a draft pick from a lower team, and especially in the AFC. But like somebody mentioned, they weren't going to give up, 2 ones, only 1. So I think tomorrow the Cowboys are going to win 34-24.
Okay.
34-24.
Great score. That was my prediction as well.
Who's the X factor for you, Mike, getting it done for the Dallas Cowboys so they get that 34-24 dub?
Tomorrow, CD's going to have a big game.
Okay. CD Lamb, start him in the fantasy lineup. Shout out to Mike and Cattle Hills. Let's go out to Justice in Fort Worth. Justice, your thoughts on Micah's first 2 weeks and what do you think is going to happen tomorrow's Cowboys game?
Hey, fellas. Yes, thank you for having me.
Of
Got
course.
you guys with me on the disc golf course today.
Okay.
My thoughts on Micah is I have 2 Micah jerseys. So I guess I need to get a Danny White nameplate and a Cole Beasley nameplate, throw them on there and repurpose them.
Yep.
You could. You can sell them. Either way.
Yeah. Well, I love my Cowboys, man. It's hard to part with any of their gear.
Plato's Closet's always taking in clothes, so
they are.
I've seen a couple Michael Parsons jerseys running around there. What's your prediction for tomorrow's game?
Man, 34 is the number for everybody. I'm thinking 34-14, Dallas Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb goes off tomorrow.
How are you feeling about the secondary with no Deron Bland, guarding Malik Neighbors, Trayvon Diggs also banged up? Are you any worry there?
It is concerning, but we've been there for a couple of years. I think we have the experience to handle them.
I love it. Justice, shout out to you, my friend. All right, so we've got Brian and Argyle. He's got the Cowboys winning tomorrow 34-7. Mike and Caddo Mills has them winning 34-24. And Justice in Fort Worth has them winning 34-14. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That's the phone number. Chime in if you want to get your licks in before the segment's over. For the 214, I love these guys are putting down Micah. Don't they know Micah probably wins both DPOY and a Super Bowl with Green Bay?
And I want to say the first caller was talking about Micah's games played. Rookie year 16, 2022 17 games played, 2023 17 games played, 2024 13 games played.
Yeah,
so that's a pretty high average for.
Last year was the first time where you really seen him miss significant time,
and he missed 4, and it came right back in the fold. And the defense was horrible when he wasn't out there.
It was not good without him. Let's see. Here we go from the 817, 26-18 Dallas. We've also got from the 214 Cowboys 35-21. And then from the 214, I'm a Bears fan, and that trade sucked, LOL, 37-16 Cowboys tomorrow. And then from the 430, typical Cowboys fan, LOL, we so good, blah, blah, blah. By the way, somebody texted in and asked, should he play Neighbors tomorrow?
Yeah.
I would.
You would. Neighbors is one of those guys you play every week anyways.
I would think so.
But, I mean, even against the Cowboys defense, I think they can get got in the secondary. I would play Malik Neighbors. He's the only guy that Russell Wilson looks at. So,
Rich in Plano. What you got, Rich in Plano?
Hey, I don't know. The Cowboy fans are probably the most delusional fan base I've come across.
Here you
I'm
go.
a New York Giants fan.
Okay.
But the Giants' offense is pathetic. They won't score more than 13.
Okay.
And for the Cowboys, they're not scoring 34. They're probably scoring like 23, something like that.
So you don't think the Cowboys will score more than 23 tomorrow?
That's correct.
Okay, so you've got it 23-13 Cowboys tomorrow.
Yep.
That's fair. And Rich from Plano.
you said you're a Giants fan, yeah? When do you want to see Jackson Dart?
I don't want to see him this year.
Ooh,
that offensive line is horrendous.
Boy, real quick, what is it about the Giants? They just can't. I mean, it doesn't matter what regime is there. They just cannot draft offensive linemen.
I don't know. It's I think we need a new GM.
Yeah.
And probably a new coach.
Probably.
Or a new regime.
I was going to say, it might be time for new ownership.
Develop Jackson Dart for this year.
Yeah.
Draft some linemen over the offseason. Sign some linemen and see what you can do next year. This year is over.
Ooh, one game. I tell you what, Rich and Plano, one game in, season's over. Great call, my friend. Great call.
I threw the panic fan.
That's all right. Hey, tell you what, we'll be watching Thinking of You tomorrow, 24-13, Rich and Plano. Giant. One game in, the season is over. All right, we got a little fair or foul. You've got a story.
Yeah.
That you're going to tell.
Restaurant etiquette, man. You could not be staying an hour after close and tipping what you tipped. And what he said of this first date is going to blow y'all's mind. And
worse than Bob?
If you ask the girl, probably worse than Bob. And you'll realize why it took him 4 hours to try to close the deal. I'll explain what happened next on The Fan.
Calling all Tolos. Join the G-Bag Nation next Wednesday, September 17th from 2 to 6:30 at...
Uber Eats has lower food products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez on Netflix. Also brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. There's a reason they call us DFW Sports Station, because nobody does it like the Fan.
This next segment on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tell you what, Dylon. Oh, man, didn't even have to say anything.
So you're paying the big bucks.
Music queued up.
Right there, what you just did, that's what we're going to do. Right there. You know what you just did? Fade in and out, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
Emulate.
Listen to him.
We're gonna have
play your soundbite real quick. Play your soundbite.
We're gonna have Dylan do a class with all the producers on mixing.
Who are the 5 best rappers of all time? Think about it. Dylon, and Dylon. Because I spit hot fire.
That's it.
You need to find a way to work that in the intro when Dylon's on the show.
That's exactly
what
we're
the thing
gonna
is,
do.
you have to tell him to play the audio because he's the one clicking it.
Because he spits hot fire. That is the legend, the GOAT, the one, the only, Mr. Dylon. All right, that music means one of only two things. Actually, no, that's a different segment I was getting ready to tease. It's time for Fair Foul.
Are any of these, before I get into it, are any of these college football games close? Because everyone on our TV is a blowout. Oklahoma.
Northwestern's getting boat raced.
If you turn your head around,
I was going to say, just turn your head.
Yep, that's the only good game.
Georgia.
Clemson and Georgia Tech 14-13. Every other game is Michigan's up 63-3. Oklahoma's up 42-3. Alabama's up 38-7. Oregon's up 34-0. Auburn's up on USA, Southern Alabama.
Probably University of Southern Alabama.
Yep.
The Fighting Jalen Tolberts.
28-15. And Clemson's up on Georgia Tech. Yes, Fair Foul is a segment that's happening.
And look, you guys know I typically read stories here, but Blake's been on a heater when it comes to just his life and telling stories. And I
could do a whole Fair Foul just on my day yesterday, but we'll save that.
Well, we got to get to the boot too. But look, the Bob will forever go down as one of the greatest moments in Fan After Dark history. But you've got another one here that. So
I'm working at my restaurant. Nice restaurant. Couple comes in.
About what time?
I would say 6:30.
And when was this?
Like 4 or 5 days ago.
So a weekend or a weekday?
I think it was like a Friday.
Okay.
It was like a Friday. So maybe, 6 days ago, something like that. Comes in at 6:30.
6:30, Pete.
My second table of the day.
Okay.
I get a 7-top and an 8-top. 8-top is in the private dining room.
Okay.
Celebrating a birthday.
Aww.
Bunch of ladies having a good time. As you can imagine, the way I'm setting this up, they got cakes in there. They're not in a rush.
More ways than one.
They're in there to hang out, chill, talk, catch up. They're in their mid-50s.
Just some chatty Cathys.
And they're just having a good time.
Yeah.
Whatever.
How old was she?
Mid-50s. I didn't ask,
Okay.
but I mean, I was
of
just
course not.
reading the room.
Yeah.
Ordering bottles of wine, ordering whiskey. Like they were
getting
not
after it.
taking their time. They get there at 7. Both of these 7 and 8 tops get there at 7.
Okay.
The reason I tell you that, 7 and 8 tops eat their food before the 2 top that is the center of the store even orders their food.
Wow. Now, are they drinking at least? Having a few drinks?
So I go to the table, introduce myself, and I can already tell kind of some weird energy.
You tell them that you're from Fan After Dark when you introduce yourself?
I should,
You
but
should.
I don't say
Anyway,
that. But
continue.
we get little chits that have information about the guest that is at the table. What their name is, party size, if they've been here before, if they've got allergies, if they have special requests.
Right.
Hey, I'm surprising my wife and don't tell her about this meal I'm doing, whatever. We're doing
With my side piece, don't say anything.
Yeah, they can
Okay.
put little notes on there, whatever. And most of the time it's about allergies. That's what I'm looking for. Like if they're vegan, vegetarian,
Gluten,
dairy free,
peanuts,
gluten, nightshade, whatever. And
pardon?
Nightshade.
The hell's that?
Dude, I just forgot.
Continue.
It's one of those allergies. It's like
sounds made up. Continue.
You know what I think about allergies. Don't make me go on an allergy rant.
We'll do it later. We'll do it later.
I'll make everyone mad on here if I get on an allergy
We don't
rant.
have time for it. We don't have time for it.
Either way, this 2 top
Nightshade.
I come up, they each order a drink, whatever. And then I go, this is part of my opening spiel.
Yeah.
I didn't notice any allergies, or if I did notice, I'll say I noticed an allergy. So I said, I noticed on here that one of you guys is vegetarian.
Yeah.
Vegetarian is the more extreme one, right? Rather than vegan? I'm asking you. Or is it vegan?
I think vegan is the more,
okay.
yeah.
It's the more
you don't
extreme.
do anything.
Okay, so it was vegan. I always get them mixed up.
Yeah.
I said, I noticed on here, one of you guys is vegan. I just wanted to confirm who that was so, we can make something happen.
Right.
That's kind of important to say early because you're not going to look through the menu.
No.
And me being sexist, I'll be honest, I'm assuming it's going to be the girl.
Yeah.
It's just natural.
It was the dude?
No, here's the best part, Fred. I
go, my friend.
I go, one of you guys is vegan. Which one of it is you guys? And I'm kind of postured my body towards the girl. I'm kind of ready, like, hey, I got you, girl.
Was she cute at least?
I mean,
how old was she?
30s.
Both of them.
Both of them.
30s.
Like probably like 32, 34, both of them.
All right.
In that range. She looks disgusted when I bring that up.
I want all the meat.
She looks at me and she's like, vegan. Like she's visibly, her face is like gasping for what's going on.
She eats a beef jerky stick.
When I tell you this guy was so nervous and ashamed, he goes, I'm the vegan. And she immediately, while I'm sitting at the table, she goes, you didn't tell me that.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, it's the first date.
Well.
It's the first date, obviously. Because that's something I think you would figure out after 10 minutes spending with someone that they're vegan. I feel like that's kind of
big on the dating apps right now. Has that come up yet with anybody that you've...
No,
okay,
no.
Fair. Continue.
It has not. And I get them their drinks, whatever. I go do my other things, greet those 7 and 8 tops that are there.
People.
And then I roll back. It's been 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. I go back to the kitchen. I go, hey, we got a vegan. And
we've got a vegan here. We've got a vegan. Table 2. Head on a swivel, boys. Head on a swivel.
And we have to kind of put some special stuff together for said vegans if they want to do like a little vegetable medley, if you will, with some different sauces. And usually most vegans are like, hey, whatever you can make, whatever you can make happen. We actually do have eggplant. It was really good the other day. Whatever you guys can make work, we'll do. Because I'm vegan. I'm very, very strict, so I'm not going to be particular. I'm not going to be picky. I go back to the guy and the lady at the table. I go, hey, talk to the chef. We can put a little vegan medley with some vegetables together, some sauces. I explain it to him. He's like, sounds good. He's like super nervous.
Yeah.
I go, hey, can I get you guys? They hadn't ordered a drink at this point. Hey, can I get you guys a drink? You know what the girl says? She goes, you got any vegan friendly alcohol? and I'm thinking like, maybe she's making a joke because they're in on it now. Like they've been kind of, and this wasn't a he's laughing with her situation.
Oh, so she's busting chops.
She is busting chops, and he's like trying to like, it's fine. I'll just do like a whiskey neat, and she is like, sure you don't want the vegan version of that.
Oh,
and
so she's making fun.
And like I said, this is not they're laughing together, and this is an inside joke, or whatever. She is like making fun of this guy.
Tables have turned
at dinner, and he's like, yeah, I'm fine. We're good.
The date's over at that point.
We're good. No, it obviously wasn't.
Well, no, I mean, but you get what I'm saying.
So they have their drinks. He's drinking whiskey neat. She's drinking a cocktail.
Yeah.
Hour and a half goes by. I go over there.
So they're still talking.
Other people go over there trying to get their order, and they're like, "We're still looking. We're just taking our time." And at our kind of restaurant, we try to get the order in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We get everything at once, so you don't order your starters. It comes out, and then you order your entrees or whatever. Like you order everything at once.
Yeah.
6 courses, whatever, and we put it all in. And so it just messed up my timing the whole night because I got 2 big parties that you get caught at that table for a while. Like if you're taking an order, that's going to be 5-10 minutes. You're there. If people are asking you questions, if you're doing a menu tour, it's going to take a while. I'm not going to be in and out at that table. So I'm trying to get the date out the way so I don't have to worry about them.
Yeah.
They're in the back. I got to check on them. Are they ready to order? Whatever. They finally order, and they order measly stuff. He's getting his vegan medley, which is a bunch of vegetables just thrown together with some soy sauce on top, some tamari to be exact, gluten free.
Yeah.
No animal products over here.
Sound like a real winner.
And get it over there. Fred, most annoying part, he doesn't eat it. He takes like 2 bites.
Oh. What did she order?
She ordered a steak.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
she did.
We bring out oysters for her and bread, and I bring out a cucumber plate to keep it, just in the whole vegan, vegetarian round.
Just kind of keeping things.
He eats the bread with the butter.
Well, I think vegans can eat bread, can't they?
Can they? 877-881-1053. Can vegans eat
Clearly.
bread? He'd destroy the bread and butter.
I bet he did. He's probably hungry. I mean, I would be too if I was a vegan. You don't eat anything.
And
here come the hate texts. Hey, Fred, you don't know what you're talking about. You're right, I don't.
The entire time, most people, I would say, eat their meal that's in front of them within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe 20 if they're a slow eater. Hour and a half. This guy's sitting there with
a bunch of veggies.
His salad that came out while she's eating her oysters, and he looked like lost because he had nothing to eat for appetizers, and the chef just brought out a salad. Takes him an hour and a half to eat. Like I told you, they're done. The 2 tables are done eating, and they're still
Mind you,
eating.
they've been there since 6:30.
Yes. And it's 8 o'clock, and they're eating salads. Buster's gone over there 2-3 times. Hey, can we get these plates out of your way? Because in the back of their heads, like, so we can send this next. Their entrees out. It's been a while. The kitchen's like, is this table?
What are they doing?
It's been 2 hours, and we haven't sent their entrees out. And entrees finally come at like 9 o'clock when they're finally done. Both these tables are gone, the bigger tables, by the time their entrees come out. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe the date's going well. He's going to try to eat quickly and get out of here and go hang out with old girl, whatever. They do the same thing they did with the salads. They're just picking at their food, chatting. And I don't know if the conversation was lighting it up at this point because I really didn't care to like eavesdrop at this point.
I need you to eavesdrop better next time.
The guy was pissing me off.
Yeah.
Not good energy. And they stayed. We closed at 11. 11 o'clock
They get
hit.
dessert?
No dessert.
How many more drinks did they have?
He had 4 whiskey neats.
Okay.
She
so
had
he might
one.
have been feeling kind of nicey. Because you know that vegan crap he was eating didn't fill him up.
She had 1 or 2 drinks. He had 4 whiskey neats.
Okay.
And his vegan medley.
Who?
And stayed an hour after closing. The only table in there. It's so obvious.
My man was there for 5 hours.
Yep. And all the coworkers are like, bro, if you can't close at this point, you're
done.
Because to me, and this is the fair or foul part, it comes across as inconsiderate when you stay an hour after closing. You're the only person there.
Yeah.
Especially on a weekend.
And it's not like you're spending big money.
Like everyone here like probably wants to go out or see their friends, and you're holding everyone
Or
in.
eat meat. I mean, what if you want some chicken later?
Nobody could leave because this guy wants to sit here and then is going to tip. It was like a $350 bill and did not tip 20%.
So $320 bill. He should have at least left, what, 60?
Yeah, I think he left like 45.
What a bum.
And you stay there for 5 hours.
So how do you know what he said at the end?
So what did I say? He said,
I thought you said something about how he didn't get the date or.
Oh no, I was just reading the room. The way they left, they got in 2 different cars. So.
Well, they came in 2 different cars. So they're going to leave and
I don't know.
One.
I don't know. I wasn't seeing much
5
chemistry.
hours.
Yeah.
They stayed.
Yeah. I think that's inconsiderate. Not the 5 hours. I mean, that part is too, but staying late. Like once it's 11:15.
And you guys, you didn't develop any kind of rapport with the table?
I tried not to really talk to him. He was kind of snarky. He was kind of like,
I need you.
Because he was doing we're still working on this. We're still nibbling when he's got his fork and knife in the bowl in his vegan medley. Hey, can I get that out of your way? Still working on it.
At some point, you'd be like, bro, you're done. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not working on
We
this
all see
anymore.
it. We're walking over here for a reason.
You're eating a bowl of vegetables, dude. Get out of my face.
And it's been an hour and a half.
Did she finish her steak?
She destroyed that.
Destroyed it?
I will say, never mind.
Tell me off air.
I say when he went to the bathroom, her eyes were wandering.
You try to riz up? Yeah. Try to riz her up?
She wasn't looking at the steak. She wasn't looking at that meat.
That's fair. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's reset the show. We've got Rangers to get to. So much to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Tolo means
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final two segments of the program happening right now here on 105.3 The Fan. We're taking you up until about 2:25 when we will hand the broadcast baton off to the Rangers Radio Network. And we've got, look, it's Rangers baseball today as they continue to fight, scratch, and claw for that final playoff spot, or at the very least, look, whether it's the wild card spot, whether it's the AL West crown, which how serendipitous would it
I like
be,
that word,
ladies and gentlemen, because I I was at the shout out to my Guns and Hoses, to my Swaby family out there, Dave, Trisha, Adrian, the entire family out there. They're Tolos and just all around grade A human beings. Shout out to my boy Roland as well, who I will be co-emceeing the event tonight, the Guns N' Hoses event, out at the, the Credit Union of Allen Civic Center. It's in Allen. Just Google Civic Center in Allen. You'll see.
I thought it was Credit Union.
But I think that's the company that's the sponsor.
It's the Credit Union of Allen. Because we were there. We were out there. It was Credit Union.
We were. Hold on.
Right?
Stand by. Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. All right, so that's where it's going down. Doors open at 5 o'clock. The event kicks off at 6:30, and I imagine the fights will start around 7:05, 7:10, somewhere in there. Again, I will be co-emceeing the event. Roland is going to kind of be the master of ceremonies to start, as we do all the, kind of the pomp and circumstance, welcome all the sponsors, and, we've got some little ceremonial type things to do. And then once actually, I come in when we introduce the ring girls, and then from that point on, 20 bouts, get your minds right.
Are you going to be able to control yourself today? Ring girls and Fred Davis?
I'm all business, dude. I'm all
You're not going to try to get any numbers after the program?
I'm a professional.
I said after the program. I didn't say during.
Again, I'm a professional. Okay.
Hey, let me just get your email for contacting.
Look, we're just doing
I can also do your Instagram.
Sound bites. Okay.
I can also just get your Snapchat. Like to book my guest through there.
I'd like to tag you in my story for later.
You have to follow back, though, for it to
No,
go
go
through.
ahead and put it in my phone for me. Don't worry about it.
You know who that reminds me of? And if you're a ball knower, you'll know what this is. Grant Williams. It was a WNBA player that was he went to a Wings game, and he was hugging her. Oh, my God. I think was it Enrique? I might be wrong. Y'all know what WNBA player for the Wings, Grant Williams, was trying to rizz up, and he's like hugging her post game.
Yeah.
And the Mavs social team posted it at the time, the Wings social team. But the funny thing about the videos, you see Grant Williams hugging her, a good game, whatever. He was courtside showing support.
Yeah.
His phone is out, and it's like the contact when you're trying to add a new person's contact, like with the little screen and the number. And you see him like trying to find a moment to like, hey, look, why don't you just go ahead and
look, the grind doesn't stop. Okay.
Where's Grant Williams play right now?
I just was going to ask you
Charlotte.
the same thing. I was going to say Charlotte.
Charlotte is literally the old Mavericks. They got Josh Green over there as well.
Okay.
Spencer Dinwiddie's there right now.
Spencer is over there, isn't he?
I
was sad to see him go.
Davis Bertans was there. That's a pull.
He's kind of got like a big head, doesn't he?
That's a who he play for Shaq right there.
He's
Davis
got 4.5
Bertans.
fingers on one hand.
What? Including his thumb?
On his shooting hand. He is... Yeah, one of his fingers is like cut in half. He had like an accident when he was a kid.
So he has 3.5 fingers, is what you're saying.
I guess 3.5 plus a thumb.
Okay.
So he's got a nub on one of them.
Yeah. Kind of crazy.
Would you rather have a nub finger or a nub toe? If it's just one, just
nub
one
toe.
Just one of your toes. I guess your pinky toe is already kind of, mine's kind of nub.
I was going to say, it's a nub as it is. So, no, give me a nub toe.
Your big toe is a nub.
Now that's a rough go right there. I would think that would throw off your balance. 877-881-1053. If you've got a nub toe, let us know.
Only your big toe, though.
Only
because if it's the other ones, who really cares?
Who does care?
If it's your other ones, no one. You could have
no
your
one's
feet.
worried about a nub middle toe.
Your socks could be off. People probably won't even notice.
No.
But if your big toe was nub,
how do you feel about women with webbed feet?
So a duck?
No, like webbed toes. You ever seen that?
Yeah, a duck. That's what ducks have.
It's troublesome.
I think I would think they're an alien. I would ask them how Mars is.
By the way, a lot of fouls on your fair or foul today. When it came to,
can you pronounce that name they just got sent in? It's a Wings player, and I don't want to mispronounce it.
Charlotte?
No, that's not what got texted in. They got texted in 4 times. The right answer.
At
the top.
Satu Sabali.
Are we saying that right, Dylan?
I have no clue. Satu Sabali.
Wow.
What is he, the official Wings pronunciation guide?
Sometimes our producers will have some Wings backhand knowledge. Kevin
I do
Walker.
some, but not that one.
Yeah, Kevin
Never
Walker's.
heard of her.
Because they do TSN, so you have to read some of their names sometimes.
By the way,
wow.
They meant Charlotte, not Charolette, but they threw an O in there, so that threw me off.
Like Charlotte, Stephen, Jerry's wife? Charlotte?
No, Charlotte, the Hornets. You mentioned Charlotte being the old Mavericks. They said Charlotte must be the worst three-point team on earth with those old Mavs, LOL. And I went ahead and said it was Charlotte because it's actually, they messed the O and the L.
I just been big on outreach today.
Yeah.
Asking Carter and Jake questions. I'm in a big question mood. This will be more for the Tolas. I love you, Fred, but this will be more for the Tolas because they've been watching the Mavs for a while.
I've already asked this question.
What is a Maverick that's not on the team that you miss? Not necessarily like missing piece. We could all say Dirk and greatest. I'm just saying a random Mavs player,
Deshaun Stevenson,
that's no longer on the team that you kind of wish was on the team that you missed. Deshaun is a phenomenal answer.
Yeah,
Boban Marjanovic.
That's also a phenomenal answer. Y'all are mentioning 2 guys that brought vibes in different ways.
Yeah.
One guy nice guy, one guy tough guy.
Yeah,
but overall team morale. When they're on your team, you feel good. For me, I mean, Peja Stojakovic, I think, is a great shout.
Yeah.
You remember Mother's Day Massacre, taking out the Lakers sweep. Karan Butler, I think, is underrated.
The pride of Racine, Wisconsin.
Got hurt. But my answer, Josh Howard.
It's a good one.
He would average.
We got to get it to some, where's he at? University of Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we get some University
You
of
think
Dallas
P.J. Washington or Josh Howard? Who's better?
Oh, I mean, give me Josh Howard. Because Josh Howard's a better defender anyway.
And I think he had a little bit more polished offensive game. Like P.J. Washington, I know we just switched to Mavs basketball for you guys just tuned in, but it's a little bit of a hodgepodge. PJ Washington to me kind of has a weird offensive game. Like he has like a post game that he's like really been trying to work on.
Yeah.
Some games he'll be like a 3-point shooter that just sits in the corner, shoots three. He's also like one of the most athletic guys, like on the fast break that would just dunk on anyone. He's had moments where he's had to kind of be a point forward where you see him bringing the ball up the court. He's done that a good amount of times. Like he's one of those versatile guys, long, lanky. I think of him more of a 4/3 than I do anything guard related, like Najee. I think Najee is a PJ, but he's more the guard version of it. Like he can play point guard. He can play the 2. Can also play the 3, but PJ is more of a stockier, bigger version. I'm excited to see.
Plus, I trust Josh Howard off the court.
Shout out to him. I think Mark Stein came out with this the other day that he thinks there'll be at some point PJ Washington will be in the starting lineup. Maybe it's at the beginning of the year, maybe it's in the middle of the year, end of the year. He thinks at some point they'll experiment with that. And I think you could see it's definitely got a high ceiling, low floor. It either like really works and you're like the best defensive team we've seen. You're like Oklahoma City's defense last year, or there's no shooting, no spacing, and no creation. I don't think there's really any middle ground.
I mean, it is an intriguing.
Do you even experiment with it? And
so are you putting Cooper Flagg at the 2?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they figure out some things in camp, and Cooper is playing more guard like
lineup. By the way,
huge.
So you're telling me you would have D'Angelo Russell, and we're just starting because obviously Kyrie's out till February. By the way, great bed music. By the way, with this,
I'm gonna read your guys.
Do you know who this is? Do you know who this? I know you don't know. Do you know? Don't read. Don't read it. Don't read it.
Without reading it, no.
Little U2 love. New Year's Day.
Dude, I will never like U2. When they put themselves on our iPhones, that was such a traumatic day.
Just don't.
Yeah, that's all I think about. That's all I think about because I don't know nothing else good from U2.
I'll tell you what. You want to hear something good from U2? Play the Under a Blood Red Sky album. Excellent.
Okay,
excellent.
I'm going to read the names, and then I want you to continue your Cooper Flagg big lineup take. Jason Terry. Someone said Luka, of course. Eduardo Nahara. That is a ball knowledge call right there. Tyson Chandler, Michael Finley, Nick Van Exel, Dorian Finney-Smith.
Okay.
He's aged well. Like he is as a role player, he's highly sought after by contending teams. JJ Barea.
Yeah.
Sean Marion. Shout out to an unorthodox shot.
Oof.
Good defender too.
That's one way of putting it.
Vince Carter for that. What was it? 1 year. I think we had 1 year of Vince. He hits the 3 in the corner. Buzzer beater, and then someone else said Luka. Okay, continue with your big lineup. PJ Washington.
Think about that. I mean, if your big lineup of what? D'Angelo at the point, Cooper at the 2, PJ at the 3, Gafford Anthony Davis at the 4 because that's the whole reason he came here because he didn't want to play the center spot anymore. So AD at the 4 and Gafford Lively at 5.
Yeah,
dude, that's an enormous lineup.
Your 2 guard is like 6'8" with a.
I mean, everybody's
6'11"
everybody is 6'8", 6'9" or above, and what's D'Angelo Russell 6'4", 6'5"?
6'4". I'd say 6'4". Yeah.
I mean, that's I would be interested to see that. Now
you might win games 82-80, but.
Or but
maybe you're a post dominant team. I don't know. In a game of spacing. We're all in the spacing, and you're 5 shooting the ball and getting as many threes up. This team would be the opposite of that.
Well, I mean, look, you would need PJ. I mean, he'd
have to get his attempts up too, not just his percentage.
That's my point in all that, right? I mean, he's your best 3-point shooter on that group.
Is he?
Yeah. I mean, what, you think he's better? I mean, we think he's better than D'Angelo Russell?
D'Angelo's pretty inconsistent. Cooper, is he going to do what he did in college, or is he going to take a while to get adjusted?
Cooper, I don't think. I mean, let's put it this way: he's your most because AD's 3-point shot is
actually overrated. In that bubble year was great, but ever since then he has been not a good 3-point shooter.
He's not anything spectacular. So that's what I'm saying. Like PJ is your. Let's put it this way: PJ is your most accomplished 3-point shooter if that's your starting 5.
Just looking at the numbers from that starting 5 that we said, you wouldn't have Kyrie, who was third on the team at 40%, really won if you're not counting Kessler and Exum.
Yeah.
Brandon Williams shot 40% from 3 last year. Klay Thompson shot 39% from 3. Jaden Hardy shot 38% from 3. And PJ Washington, 38.1. It's pretty good for a full season. PJ shot 4.
Now, how many games did he play last year?
PJ shot 4.2 threes per game.
Max?
As far as games for PJ Washington, I don't want to lie to you. Last year, because he did have a little bit of injury.
I was going to say, he was hurt a lot last year. I'm saying 55 max.
Sorry, ESPN doesn't want to load. Okay, he played 56 games.
I mean, come on.
57.
I mean, do I do this?
Did you say 57?
I said 55 max.
Yeah.
I said 55 max.
Well, technically, the max.
Okay, so I was off 2.
Yeah.
What was your guess? I didn't hear it.
I didn't get one.
I didn't hear it. By the way, the fighting Carter Freemans and Chris Arnolds are beside themselves right now, 42-3. Okay.
PJ Washington has only played over 70 games one time in his career. 2022. Played 73.
I mean, I'm not going to.
58.
Look, if he doesn't play at least 65 games this year, which as deep as this team is, now I get it, you can't guard against injury, but.
So you said 65?
I would think
he
everybody.
Hasn't done that since 2022. 44 games, 29 games, 57 games.
I would think everybody this year should play. I mean, outside of Kyrie, of course, but. I mean, dude, this team's so deep. Everybody should be playing 65 games this year.
Who's the odd man out of the rotation? Caleb Martin, Brandon Williams?
Oh, Caleb Martin for sure.
Lost cause.
Caleb Martin for sure.
Do you think he's somebody that could surprise? Like, I know I've hated on him, Jalen Tolbert-esque, but could you see him like somehow carving a rollout where Jason Kidd were like, why at the beginning of the year, why is he giving this guy minutes? And
look, if he plays defense, he'll find a way on this team. Like he'll find minutes where you're going to.
It's one of those where Mavs Twitter is going to be like after every game, like, why is Caleb Williams getting minutes?
But if he goes out there and the sole purpose is like, look, you just go lock up somebody. That's all we need you to do. The guy that I think is kind of on borrowed time. If you're going to go out and do something, you better go out and do it this year. Otherwise, you're going to be trade bait. It's going to be Jaden Hardy.
Yeah. I think he was already trade bait. They said it. Like
I felt like last year.
I'm talking about this offseason.
This offseason. Yeah.
They had when you could extend guys and kind of do the wave.
Yeah.
That's why Omax Prosper is no longer a Dallas Maverick.
Yeah.
He got picked up by another team. I have to, Dylan, if you don't mind checking.
Charlotte. Omax
Prosper got picked up. Who did he get picked up by?
We're up against it. I just realized it's 2:15. All right, we're up against it.
Get us out of here.
Let's go. Hey, home run picks, winning picks, our picks.
Rangers lineup.
Nose picks? Don't go anywhere.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Football is back, and that means Pro Football Mystery Boxes at SportsMarketsUSA.com. Your go-to for the best selection of autographed jerseys, footballs, helmets, and more. So get a mystery box today at SportsMarketsUSA.com and use promo code 1053 at checkout. That's SportsMarketsUSA.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5...
Doesn't sound right.
Was it South Farm Squad?
This final segment of the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I've got a problem with the lack of a no call.
See?
In that Hebron game.
Horse collar.
I mean,
him
come
on
on. The kid got ripped down for crying out loud. Give him another shot. Give him another shot. All right, we've got about 4 minutes, give or take. Real quick, here's your lineup tonight for your Texas Rangers. Josh Smith leading things off. Wyatt Langford batting second. Jock Peterson third. Jake Berger, who has been a revelation, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Young, my man. Friend of the program. He's not a friend of the program. He just doesn't know it yet. You may know him as Alejandro. We call him Alfredo.
Alfredo!
We call him Alfredo here. Why? Because he's just so creamy at the plate.
Wow. I like that. He's fettuccine. He's linguine at the plate. Guy's so silky.
That's right. Especially out in right field as well.
He just slips off the base paths. You know how noodles kind of slip off the fork?
Now you've taken it too far. Jonah Heim.
What brand of Alfredo do you buy at the store?
I don't know.
You don't know. Of course. Continue.
The white one?
This guy's buying Prego. Prego.
Newman's Own.
Oh, my God. Is that a mayonnaise brand? Sounds like
That's Paul Newman for you scoring at home. We got our boy Cody Freeman, and then Helfman, and then, of course...
Helfman?
Helfman, yeah.
Why did you call him Helfman?
Oh, Hellman. I'm sorry. Dude, my eyes.
Michael Hellman has been Shohei Ohtani for the Rangers right now.
I'll tell you
what.
You
called him Helfman.
I gotta get glasses.
You gotta issue an apology. He's been the Rangers' best player for the last 2 weeks.
I thought I saw an F. I thought I saw an F there. I'm not gonna lie.
And he looked at me like I was going to Helfman. Come on, Blake. Michael Helfman. Pitcher for the Rangers. He was closer. Oh, I got a Ranger stat for you.
By the way, it's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Blue Nail Roofing. I should do their jingle. I got a stat that's going to blow all you gentlemen away. Just cut me off when you need to.
I hope Carter appreciates the fact that we're keeping these lights on.
The lights are on right here. Here's your guy, Robert Garcia. We all besmirched him. Threw the season away.
You guys did. I didn't.
Forgot how to play baseball. We all remember that stat. Robert Garcia has had 11 in his last 12 innings. He's last 12 innings, ladies and gentlemen.
Scoreless?
10 strikeouts.
Yeah.
2 walks.
Yeah.
How many runs do you think he's let up in his last 12 innings?
None.
0 from Robert Garcia.
I just want, Robert, if you're listening, I just want you to know that Fred never relented in his support of Robert
I did.
Garcia.
I said Robert Garcia should go down to single A.
Everybody, they were lambasting.
Check his prize picks.
Bochy for bringing him back in, and I was like, look, this is...
Georgia Tech just wanted the buzzer.
Oh, did they? What, field goal?
55-yarder, career long for the win.
Fire Dabo.
Clemson 1-2. Lose to Georgia Tech.
Here we come.
Oh, the field storm. Here it comes.
I like how they've already taken down the goalposts.
Clemson, man. Didn't look good last week against Troy, and then you lose to Georgia Tech. Not a good season for Kate Klubnik and Dabo.
No, not especially when everybody considered this was a national. I mean, we had what was our boy Panini?
Yeah,
Vanini,
yeah.
Whatever the guy.
They had Clemson high up. Home run pick. I got Cody Freeman, my new favorite Ranger.
I'm gonna go with Michael Helfman.
Dylan.
I'm gonna go with Osuna.
Osuna. Alfredo.
A little Alfredo, if you will. Ask Jet Nelson, who's back there, who his home run pick is.
Young.
Okay. All right. I like it. All right. So Young, Osuna. You said who?
Who did I say?
Who did you say?
Cody Freeman.
Cody
Freeman.
We literally just did this. We got to get the hell out of here. 4, the one, the only, Dylan Moore. 4, Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. Go Rangers. Good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.
Affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem. Visit dmautoleasing.com or call 817 or 214-35-LEASE today.
We make leasing easy.